Test audio, testing 1, 2.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing audio for captions 1, 2, 3. The webcast will begin at 9 a.m.
Hi, Mark. This is Courtney. Can you hear me?
Hello, Courtney. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. This is Mark. I'm in the English channel. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Very nice. Courtney, whenever you have a moment, I just had a question for you, please. All right. So first of all, thank you for the prep materials. That was perfect. Really, really helpful. If I understand correctly, we are beginning our interpretation on item 6, correct? That's what I understood from the email?
Correct. The CV salts item.
Okay. And do we expect any in-room participants?
Not that I'm aware of. This should be virtual only.
All virtual, including the board chair and SWR and all of that?
We will have in-person participants here, but the only individuals that I'm aware of that need Spanish interpretation will be joining virtually.
Okay, so my question, I guess, would be if they are planning on commenting, as we've done in the past, should I then prepare a second device so that everybody can hear me in the coastal room there where you guys are all? Where you guys are?
Yeah, I think that's more for you. Should he prepare a second device so that when he translates, that we can hear it in the room?
Perhaps. So yeah, we're gonna need the same from AV. So yeah, for in the room, obviously we'll need to hear you on this English channel, and then people on the Spanish channel on the Zoom will need to hear you on the Spanish channel.
Right. So I guess I'm just, I'm wondering if this channel right here that I'm using is sufficient. Like in the room, are you going to be able to switch back and forth from the primary and the second English, or?
No. This is the one we're hearing in the room. You're on the English here in the room, so this is working in the room.
Okay. So if there's a Spanish commenter on Zoom, I'll do the same. I'll just switch over to this English channel, and you guys can hear me just fine.
Yes.
No issue. Okay.
Perfect.
If for any reason we need something different, I can fire up a second device that doesn't need to be listed as an interpreter. It could just be a panelist, and this way everybody can hear it right at any time if you feel it's necessary. I'm just laying that out there.
No, it shouldn't be necessary. We have the English channel here in the room, so if you switch to this English channel, we hear you in the room.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you. In that case, I guess just one more question for Taylor. Excuse me, for Courtney. I did that last time too, sorry. Courtney, so when item number 6 comes around, is Chair SWRCB going to ask me to provide language access instructions?
I will have
Or
you
will
do
somebody
that.
in the room do it?
I'll have you do that.
Oh, okay, very good. All right, well then we'll be assigned by my colleague Jeanette should be here shortly. Her name is Jeanette Hernandez, and she can be assigned as an interpreter as well when she arrives.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Hello again, everybody. This is Mark. I just wanted to confirm that my colleague Jeanette Hernandez has logged in and she can be assigned as interpreter now. Thank you, guys.
Yep, and I just assigned her. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, August 6th. It is 9 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining with me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo and Board Member Sean McGuire and Board Member Laurel Firestone. We're also joined by our Chief Deputy, Karen Mogus, and our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler. Assisting her today is Thera Hearn, Liz Carrillo, and Margie Argel. This is a hybrid meeting and it is being webcast and recorded. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. In order to do so, there are instructions at the top of the agenda, a link, and a form to fill out. But if you're having any challenges getting onto that platform, please do just email the chair or the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you on the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code and a laptop here at the side of the room in order to sign up. Once you do come up to the microphone, please introduce yourself, any affiliation you have, and lastly, please do silence any phones so we can have an uninterrupted meeting. With that, we can begin first, as we customarily do, with public forum, and would like to call up, I believe we have one public forum commenter this morning, Melissa Hathaway McKeith.
And Chair Esquivel, I do not see Ms. McKeith on the Zoom platform yet. We do have at least one individual who came in as iPhone, and if that happens to be Ms. McKeith, just virtually raise your hand and we'll get you.
Hey, Mr. Loffer. And not seeing currently any sign from that individual, in case they are Ms. McKeith. We will do at this point, let's just give a moment more in case Ms. McKeith is just looking to get onto the platform still. And then otherwise we can move into our items, and glad to take the public forum comment out of order later on during the meeting. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to our board business. First order of board business is consideration of the July 16th and July 17th, 18th board meeting minutes. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if there are any adjustments, and then otherwise open to a motion.
I'll move to adopt the July 16th and July 17th, 18th minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Meeting minutes are adopted. That now brings us to our tranche of uncontested items, items 2, 3, and 4. Want to first always acknowledge and thank everyone's great work on them. The fact that they're uncontested means that they've been thoroughly discussed. But Ms. Tyler, is there any request, and looking to the board if there's any request to remove any of them? And then otherwise,
Yeah.
into a motion or a comment in a motion.
Well, yeah, a comment and a motion. Yeah, I really appreciate all the work on all of these. I know Board Member Morgan isn't able to be here today, and I was paired with her on the SCAP program. So I just wanted to acknowledge the good work and discussions we've been continuing to have around the evolution of the SCAP program, which is really a balance of trying to make sure that we're funding projects that are at critical junctures that are in the midst and continuing funding, but also making sure that we're funding projects that are new and reflective of the evolved priorities and the racial equity action plan. And so it's a balance, and it's a continuing process of transition. And I think the resolution and the work that staff have done are reflective of that, and look forward to following how that evolves. So just wanted to reflect that continued discussion. And I would make a motion to pass all three unless others have more discussion.
Second.
Thank you both, and thank you for those comments, Board Member. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. That now brings us to a couple of informational items, and the first item will be item number 5, our current hydrologic conditions and response. Give a moment for folks to come up. Good to see you, Ms. Bean. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. That was so fast. All right, my name is Jessica Bean. I'm with our Division of Water Rights, and I'm going to do a brief current hydrologic conditions and response update for you today. So let's just dive right in. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk briefly about water supply conditions, do an update on the Scott River and Shasta River curtailments, a little update on Clear Lake information orders, and then touch in on the water rights annual reports. Next slide, please. So as we wrapped up July, it did turn out that California's 2024 July was our hottest on record for most parts of the state. And the image that you see here is the mean daily temperature percentile graph for July 2024. And what I'll just note there is the darker the red, the hotter it really was in terms of above normal conditions. And so you can see most of California is pretty dark red there, and I think we all felt that, so not probably a surprise. But you'll note that the lighter areas are really kind of on the immediate coastline, and those are the few areas that didn't necessarily see the extreme heat. It was extreme for both intensity and duration, and the NOAA data will be coming out later this week. It'll be finalized. A lot of this was preliminary. But again, some areas saw both their highest daytime and nighttime temperatures throughout California, and then the duration, right? We just had weeks of heat, and that was very unusual. Along the same trend, we had really high evaporative demand, and that caused a lot of problems with lower level vegetation. And then, unfortunately, more heat waves are to come. In fact, we're in one right now. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. Just taking a look at the seasonal temperature outlook for August, September, and October, you can see that we are trending, above normal for the remainder of the coming months. Luckily, the models are showing it's probably not going to be as severe as July was, but we're still going to be seeing some heat. Next slide, please. So on the positive side, because we've had 2 wet winters so far, our reservoirs are actually doing pretty well. Still, most are at or above their historical averages, and that includes the select south of Delta reservoirs that we check in on. You can see Cachuma is 137% of average, Diamond Valley is 124% of average, and San Luis is 101% of average. So fortunately, those seem to be doing well. Next slide, please. Okay, so to jump into the Scott and Shasta River curtailments, again, we do have an emergency regulation in effect for these watersheds. Conditional curtailments went into effect on in effect 2 priority date of and junior to January 1st, 1958 for Shasta. And then curtailment of all surface water, adjudicated groundwater, and large groundwater diverters was issued on July 23rd for the Scott. And always want to point out the diversions may continue for minimum human health and safety and livestock needs, as well as non-consumptive uses. And you can get information on that on our Scott and Shasta River drought webpage, which is listed on this slide. Next slide, please. We did want to note that the Shelley fire is still impacting the area, and because of that, we made some adjustments for it. So the Shelley fire started in the Marble Mountain Wilderness on July 3rd, and it threatened the Scott River watershed, and as of August 2nd, it was 92% contained. We do recognize that there are still impacts there, and there are some folks that remain out of the area. So the Scott curtailment orders do expressly note that the curtailments do not impact water to support firefighting needs. That's covered under the human health and safety exemption. But we did delay curtailment in the Scott River watershed by 1 week because of the status of the fire. So the curtailments were issued when flows at the Fort Jones gauge were 35 CFS instead of 50 CFS, which was the minimum requirement. So that did result in some lower flows than if curtailments were issued earlier. Next slide, please. But if we take a look at the Scott River graph right now, and what I want to point to is, you have your red line are the emergency minimum flows. The blue line is the Fort Jones flow, and you can see as we get to the end there that we have now gone down from the 50 CFS requirement. It is 30 CFS in July. We are slightly above that. As of this morning, we were at 31.9 CFS for the Scott River. Next slide, please. And then for the Shasta River, a similar slide, you can see that that blue line is hanging around the red emergency flows right there. And the flows were 60 CFS yesterday at 11 a.m., but this morning they were at 45.7, which is below the 50 CFS line there. And so our staff are talking with the water master there to understand what is happening. We're not quite certain right now, but we are in communication with them. Next slide, please. Okay, jumping over into the Clear Lake watershed, just a brief update on the Clear Lake Hitch emergency. We do have an emergency information order regulation in place there. The second reports for those who have received information orders is at the end of this month on August 31st. The reporting platform opened on August 1st for folks. And then the Lake County Farm Bureau also has an alternative compliance pathway. Their reporting is underway. And staff on the Clear Lake Hitch team are working through compliance with the regulation. We do hope to have additional information available later this year. And there is a Clear Lake Hitch Integrated Science Symposium on August 15th and 16th where staff will be discussing the regulation and the Clear Lake Hitch emergency activities in the area. Next slide, please. Okay, jumping into our final topic would be the Water Rights Annual Reports. Again, you should be pretty familiar with these slides at this point. Just want to note that since the last time we discussed this on June 3rd, we have improved by 1 percentage point on our annual reports. So we do still have quite a few reports that have not been filed. Next slide, please. But the positive thing that I want to point out, if you take a look at the bottom of this chart, is the largest water users are down on that lowest bar, and we are now down to 1 of those who have not reported. So last time we spoke, it was at 14, so we've received quite a few reports on that larger end. That's a good positive on that. Again, we do encourage anyone who still has not reported to please do so. The system is open to accept those, and we're continuing to work through those. I also want to note that the notices of violation that we mentioned back in April are posted online with information. There is a link, a bit.ly link right there to go to the Water Rights Enforcement that can give you more information on that. And with that, I'll wrap things up for today. Thank you, and take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation as always. I think we all definitely felt here locally that July was incredibly warm. And just want to acknowledge the wildfires as well that I know that not just in the Scott watershed, but the ones burning here within the state, and the impacts ultimately to communities, their drinking water systems, their wastewater systems, and water quality within these watersheds. And so I know we'll continue to, and I think it might be helpful at some point to have a bit of a discussion just on what we're seeing on the water quality impacts from some of the regional boards from these fires, because I know they are front of mind as we all here grapple with the immediate emergency and also support the water systems in communities that are there. Just a quick question on the water reporting. Of those larger users that are here relatively late, do we know reasons? Is there, is it simply the amount of time, the complexity of their right? What is it that ultimately, if we have any sense, that is holding up some of our water rights reporting here? Obviously, the percentage-wise, it's still a large percentage of water right holders that haven't reported their diversions from the previous year. But knowing that some of those maybe, and here I know the majority are smaller water diverters, not maybe as sophisticated, having challenges even maintaining their right. Wondering though, of those larger, more sophisticated diverters, what reason or rationale we're getting, if any, from them. It'd be helpful to know. And that's the only questions for me, but look to other board members in case they have other things to add on. Vice Chair.
I appreciate those questions, Chair. And, I think that we've demonstrated as a board that this is an area, one of our highest priorities with respect to water rights. Lots going into water rights modernization, but here we have some tools for, the existing system. So I think, reporting back on that, and then also, what else can we do as a board? We have that sort of wall of separation between enforcement, but what can we do to daylight this more? And, any suggestions you might have there. I too just want to thank you for the report on Scott and the Shelley fire, and want to compliment the division for the work, in being responsive to inquiries by local stakeholders about curtailments and whether or not this might impact their ability to address public health and fire safety needs. So thank you for that good, strong communication with local stakeholders, in particular the county. And then the last point is just really a request. Because of these really high temperatures, just wondering if there's any analysis being done on maybe the comparison to, I think it was water year 2021, where we saw really high temperatures. And then in the spring, we didn't see those, the snow melt when it was time for that to occur. We didn't see the inflows materialize that I think that the models were predicting. And so want to see what's being done, in terms of lessons learned, and seeing if there might be some similarities there and what we might expect, even if we get a good water year, because of the soils being so dry as a result of the heat. So any early report, I think, would be helpful as we go into planning for possible drought.
Appreciate those questions, Vice Chair. And plus up the concern here that the aridification of the landscape is something we're going to have to then, because of these hot temperatures, and saw a few articles and coverage around just the evaporative losses that have really increased from storage. It brought to mind for me at least the evaporative losses that we likely need to be factoring into water transfers and carriage loss throughout the system, because these issues and factors are becoming so much more prominent. Really appreciate that. Other board colleagues with any questions, comments, or follow-up? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bean. Really appreciate it. And probably then don't have any immediate answer to any reasons, I imagine, but.
I think it would probably be best if we went back and gathered that and gave you something more formal rather than just off the cuff at this point.
I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure.
Thank
you so much, Ms. Bean. Really appreciate the presentation this morning. Okay, we don't have any commenters that I'm seeing here for this item, so that wraps our discussion on item number 5, and now brings us to item number 6, which is an update on the implementation of the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Control Programs. I'll give folks a moment to come up to the bench here and appreciate this item. Well, good morning. Glad to have you all here this morning.
Good morning. And I do appreciate, before I turn it over to Angela and the team, I do appreciate the care given to talk about some of the fires going on in our region. I know right now our teams are looking at, the impacts to Butte Creek, impacts to Feather, impacts to a number of Mill Creek, all of which have burned before. And the watershed is kind of the last holdout of the Spring Run Chinook. And so we are really hoping that the impacts will be minimal, but we're bracing for the worst in those watersheds. So it's certainly something our team in Reading and our team working with your team at the state is trying to keep tabs on as that fire continues to burn. But it's a big one, and we're bracing for more as that hot temperature continues. But without further ado, I will allow Angela to proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Palupa.
Thank you, Patrick. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Angela Cleaver. I'm Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor with the Central Valley Water Board and Program Manager for the CV Salts program. And so today, the Central Valley Water Board staff, along with representatives from the Central Valley Salinity Coalition and Nitrate Management Zones, will be providing you with an update on CV Salts program implementation. Next slide, please. So today we'll start with an update on the salt control program implementation, followed by an update on the nitrate control program, and diving into the activities that are occurring in both the Priority 1 groundwater basins and Priority 2 groundwater basins. We'll then wrap up with a brief enforcement update. Next slide, please. So here this figure shows an overview of the CV Salts programs, which include two distinct programs that address salt and nitrate in the Central Valley. The Salt Control Program is a phased program to address both surface water and groundwater and the salinity impacts to those water bodies. The Nitrate Control Program is a prioritized program focused on groundwater only. And as you can see in this figure, each of the respective programs has two permitting pathways. For nitrate, we have the individual permitting approach with more stringent requirements, and the management zone permitting approach, which relies upon collective efforts to provide replacement drinking water and limit nitrate loading to achieve compliance with water quality objectives. For salt, we have the conservative permitting approach with conservative salinity limits, and the alternative permitting approach, which involves 3 phases of implementation, which I'll talk more about in the later slides. Next slide, please. Starting with an update on the salt control program. Next slide. So the salt control program alternative permitting approach involves 3 phases that have a duration of about 10 to 15 years. Program implementation is currently in phase 1, where permittees must support the salinity prioritization and optimization study, or P&O study for short. This phase will focus on defining salt-sensitive areas, identify salt sources and impacts, assess management options, and develop long-term management strategies. The P&O study, phase 1, will inform phase 2 and phase 3, which involve project implementation, design, permitting, and funding for preferred physical projects, and then moving on to project construction and implementation. Next slide. Here's the current status on salt control program participation. Currently, there are 3,154 active permittees participating in the program, and 89% of those have selected the alternative compliance pathway, the P&O study. 1% are on the conservative pathway, and for the remaining 10%, the regional board's enforcement team is currently engaged in contacting those non-compliant permittees. Next slide. This table shows the recent P&O study deliverables that were completed earlier this year, including the final baseline characterization report and a draft groundwater sustainability plan integration report. Tasks involving selection and analysis of salt management and archetype areas and salinity target developments are scheduled to be completed within the next year or so. Next slide. I'll now hand it over to Daniel Kozad, and he'll talk more about the prioritization and optimization study.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and all the support and coordination that Angela's done to get the slides together so that we're all in the same place. And lots of names here to pass out, right? And we really appreciate that. None of this stuff happens without a huge team of people behind it, both in the regional board as well as you'll hear from some of the nitrate management zones. But I'm here as the executive director of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition to report on the efforts of the SALT program. The P&O study, the Salinity Coalition is the entity that manages that effort. It's a big effort, and I wanted to give a little bit more update on those. The baseline characterization study was finished this year, so I'll talk about that. Also a little bit, because we've gotten questions before about how we're working with groundwater sustainability agencies and plans. Talk a little bit about the data integration report that that was done earlier this year, and then a good bit of what we're headed toward doing the rest of this year and next year are really archetypes, looking at smaller areas in more detail. So I'll talk a little bit about that. Next slide, please. The baseline characterization study is sort of what it sounds like. Not baseline, because Tess will punch me in the regulatory phrase, but baseline as what does it look like, how did we get here, and what's the characteristics of the Central Valley and the area, how does that all work together. You can see it covers, as you obviously know, a large area and tries to integrate a lot of data. You can go to the next slide. That's really an outline. This is busy with a lot of text on it. I think you have a copy there to review, but it's a 600-page report. So getting a 600-page report into one page for you is both monumental and obviously extraordinarily highly summarized. But section 1 and 2 really and 3 set the basis for the background information that if you were going to start working, you'd start from that point. What's the structure? How are we dealing with it? What's the governing jurisdictions, the demographics? How's land used? What's agriculture's role? Those sorts of things. And then, kind of the history of the water projects and development, because they shape the Central Valley in so many ways and shape how salt is managed, how water is managed, is how also salt is managed, and sort of the kind of key permitting and regulatory issues. So you can think of those first really 4 sections as kind of background to the real work of this program, which was to look at the ambient water quality conditions. We had done that before. 8 years ago. Turns out there's more information that we had opportunities to integrate, and we did those both in surface and groundwater in great detail. Those got loaded into models and other things to be able to depict them in a way that was useful, and we summarized those by the 3 hydrologic regions. So you can see this report not only has 600 pages, but has hundreds of megabytes of additional data that's in the appendices, so that those, if they need to be, can become part of the record. In section 6, that was really salt sources, right? So 5 was what's there, up to there, how did it get there? 5 is what's there. 6 is what's going on currently. What are the loads from the different areas and how do those work? There's a description of the tools, because each one had slightly different tools. Tom Grovog was here last year and told you more than you wanted with that complicated slide about how all the models talk to each other. Well, this is the result of some of that work, if you followed that complicated, simplified slide of how those tools work together. But they all came together in that to provide where is the salt accumulating, how much, and how can we use that information then to plan for evaluation of the solutions, right? Because it's an interesting report on its own, but it's really just the basis for the next steps. And then section 7 was really just a recommendation of the executive committee to take those and provide some key findings and considerations. What should we be thinking about? What did we learn? How does that work? And then the supporting information for those last 2 sections is in Appendix D. So if there aren't any questions about this, I'll sort of leave that section and go forward. All right, next slide. This is just a visual of the surface water network that you all probably know better than anyone, but all of that series information and its salinity and TDS was loaded into the model as well. Next slide. This is an example of groundwater wells. You can see on the left data and TDS that were loaded in, and then the ambient dissolved solid concentrations to the right. And next slide. The evaluation of salt sources was done by industry sector with those sectors, because a lot of times they have better information about how their industries work. So the consultants worked with each of the industries there to document the existing requirements, what the model agriculture for the most part, know what the inputs are, and use those tools that we developed. And then for specific point discharges, work with those facilities to actually find out what they're operating. Not necessarily, a lot of times you just take a percentage of what's in the permit, and that is not always the right answer. So worked with each of those to come up with what those loads are. Next slide. So these are just a couple of the many, many, many summary sort of slides that are there, but on the left-hand side is surface water, and you can see sort of salt sources in the surface waters. Sacramento with the largest, because there's the largest amount of water, and San Joaquin and Tulare Lake in lower elements, and the sources that sort of make up those loadings, which are the kind of the ones that take up the most land space, which makes perfect sense for surface water. In groundwater on the right-hand side, you see the estimated salt load at the bottom of the root zone. It's not necessarily where all salt comes from, but the model that is used sort of calculates it at that bottom of the root zone, right? That's not what's in groundwater, because that's hard to calculate. Lots of things go on. But those are the loads that you see there with irrigated agriculture, dairy, wetlands, on down to the smaller facilities. So all that's included in the baseline characterization report and the modeling information that we have that we'll be using to compare potential solutions and opportunities for salt management regions and areas. Next slide.
Quick question, actually.
Yeah.
When it comes to wetlands as a source, are those managed wetlands, or kind of, I'm thinking of like the grassland complex, or are we talking just emergent wetlands that are within the valley?
These are primarily the larger wetlands. I think they included anything that was a surface water that was not otherwise managed for another purpose. So it's a broader category than that, kind of lumped into, we'll again say not regulatory wetlands, right? So broader category.
Appreciate that.
All right, so I said before, this is really a foundational document, right? It's the beginning of sort of all the pieces that are needed. Primarily, this data then got either pulled out of and infused into the model so that we can ask that model smart things, like if we manage salt here, does that have an effect on groundwater? Does it have an effect on surface waters? How does it work? So that's really the basis there for using the information that's in that report. And you'll see in the next couple of slides how we're beginning to utilize that information. But if we wouldn't go through all this work if we weren't going to develop those long-term solutions for management. Next slide. All right, so if there aren't baseline characterization questions, one of the things that I wanted to show was sort of how we were working with some of the groundwater sustainability areas and evaluating data that is ever evolving from the groundwater sustainability plans, as the state board's very aware of. So it's challenging for us too, but we did take the available posted plans as we were in our information gathering phase, and I used some automated tools and verification to pull data out of those and make sure that the information that was represented in those plans could be coordinated with that groundwater information primarily in the baseline characterization study in the model. So we did a pilot of that process to make sure that it would work well and was well represented, and that worked pretty well. So you can see the basins that we started with there, and then go to the next slide. It turned out that it worked very well to pull data out of those, and the data were comparable. So we did that for all 66 groundwater sustainability plans in the Central Valley. So that was a pretty big task. And primarily we were focused on the 20 to 30 year. Now you know why we use some automated tools, right? That's a lot of plans to go through. Not all the automated tools worked exactly well because not every one of those plans is in exactly the same format, right? But we primarily were looking at historical water budgets, to make sure that we understood those, because if you're talking about changes, you need to understand if those are changing. The current water budgets, the projected baseline without management actions, and then looking to see what management actions were planned in those areas. And then we summarize that same information by hydrologic region, just as we did for the BCR. So, where we are currently, we have a draft report that kind of summarize that information. And again, a whole bunch of appendices, right? You get how that works. It's a fairly short report. It's intended to provide information to the archetypes and other uses as we go forward. So it's not in any way a definitive report. It's a data collection report. But we did share that with all the contacts for those GSPs to get their feedback. So far, very little direct feedback on the quality of the data or things like that. A number of folks did say, wait a minute, we're changing some of the things in our groundwater sustainability plan, so you need to know that. And so we've flagged those, and when we go back out to use some of that data, we'll be going back out to those GSPs to talk to them again, because certainly they're maturing as organizations, and their information and their interaction with DWR and the state board continue. So next slide.
Just quickly on that then. And knowing that a lot of this work is being done by contractors, just wondering if the major firms and contractors out there that are working with the GSAs are outreaching as well, knowing that a lot of the technical expertise might not necessarily live in the GSA, but lives within some of those businesses at this point.
Yeah, I would say that most of those folks know each other pretty well. Generally, some of the same contractors are working on some of the same GSAs, so they're not different. And if they are different, they've bid against each other before. They kind of know. There's a limited number of smart hydrologic people, especially for groundwater in the Central Valley. So there's pretty good overlap amongst those. And I would say one of the comment letters that I got was actually written by one of the consultants who coordinated with the other. So there's a lot going on, and a lot of moving pieces. I think that's the major piece that came back. So as the state board reviews those and they become approved plans and things like that, I think that'll help us a good bit too. All right, next slide. So out of the information that we got from the baseline characterization study, as well as work with the GSPs, we started our first archetype this year. And an archetype for us is just a small area where we kind of prove out the tools, the approach, and can kind of ask more detailed questions, because the Central Valley is huge. We can't, and it's very diverse, so we can't look at everything all at once in the same time at the same level of detail. And that allows us to take a look at, kind of the protection of the sensitive uses, mostly AGR and MUN, and then the ability, to how do we manage those those targets, and can they be achieved, and how would that affect the management of that area? So you can go to the next slide. We looked at essentially areas throughout the Central Valley. The consultants divided them up into sort of hydrologic and there was a matrix of a whole bunch of things they sort of looked at, but divided them up into areas that had certain characteristics that they'll identify in the next slide. But it presented those to the executive committee, and out of all of those, the executive committee selected salt management region number 4, which is the Delta Mendota Basin. And for us, a salt management region is sort of an investigation area. So I'm going to use two confusing terms that are really close. A salt management area, we'll talk about later, is an area that you actually manage those salts in. They actually store and do things too. But in this case, the region is the Delta Mendota Subbasin. Next slide, shown there with the arrow. Probably was obvious. The characteristics of that were important is it had both AGR and MUN uses that were threatened, right? So those were there in groundwater, and it had surface water interactions. There was a mix of crops. The conditions that we needed really to evaluate those were all there. The local stakeholders were supportive and already had existing salinity management activities ongoing in the area. So there was a good place to choose our first our archetype. And then those geologic conditions and groundwater hydrology conditions were similar, or at least typical, to other areas of the Central Valley. So this could be applied in other, but not all places. Next slide. So just the coordination between all these two efforts, groundwater wells that came out of that earlier BCR and data gathering information, and the modeled TDS in the waters surrounding that, and a bunch of other information was used to sort of start this activity. And the next slide. From there, there was a small group. We kind of have a policy and regulatory small group that works, and they had a number of questions that they were thinking about for this archetype. So how do we select the sensitive crops? What are the range of acceptable yields and range of salinity thresholds? Which tools are we going to use? All those types of things, for wet years and dry years. What do we assume for irrigation practices and leaching fractions, those sort of things. And then one of the bigger ones, which waters do these apply to? The surface water that's brought in, the groundwater that's underneath. Sometimes those have very little to do with each other, or are very different, or not used. So those will be interesting ones for us to step through as we look at those archetypes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for this. There's obviously a lot going on in this area, so it's exciting to see the progress made year over year. If we could go back just one slide to slide 21. Yep, thank you. So one thing, when I see this, I know there's a lot of modeling tools, there's a lot of efforts, the data collection, a lot of analysis underway. So when I see a kind of a heat map like this with areas that some are red, so are already impacted by salt loading over time, right? Those uses are being impacted. Some are green, some are in the middle. So I guess what I'm getting at is, do you have a sense yet for the rate of change and maybe the urgency as you're looking at these suite of different management actions and things that need to happen over time?
Yeah.
Does the modeling indicate how pressing this is for this region?
That's one of the things the archetype will help tell us. But one thing I would say is that not all of those have an impact to the beneficial use, because, as I just said, the most important part of this particular area is that not all of the beneficial uses of that water, where there are beneficial uses of surface water. And I should have had the other slide. There was another slide that went with this one, but showed the areas that had surface water and groundwater. So in a lot of cases, the surface water is what's actually used for irrigation, which is a lot of times the most sensitive use. And there's already some management going on of that area. So they have the most salt impacted areas are where that management is going on. So fortunately for us, there's already some efforts along that line. We'll have a much better, should be by next year, a much better idea of sort of the rate of change in the areas around that, or in areas that are not managed, and sort of what that looks like.
Great, thank you. I'll look forward to that.
I would add that I think, and the team is certainly looking into this as well, but there is an increased urgency with the thought that there will be less surface water supplies available. Certainly there are areas where naturally occurring groundwater would be unsustainable to use, especially in some of these areas, that are highlighted in this archetype. And it's the surface water that drives, the crop production in those areas. With decreased surface water supplies hitting the entire state of California, that's something that we're trying to take into account with the modeling effort that's going on. So you're hitting the nail right on the head. And one of the reasons why it's so critical to incorporate the groundwater sustainability plans within this exercise and what they're planning for additional groundwater, spreading areas and storage areas for their proposed projects. All of that is taken into account by a lot of people who are a lot better at math than I am. So it's truly a monumental effort. I will say, just since I've got the microphone, the baseline characterization report, it is a very wonky document. But I really actually recommend folks looking into those issues within the Central Valley. The initial sections, especially the Section 3, Section 4, a lot of care went into making very readable sections that is practically required reading for many of my staff about the development of water projects within the Central Valley and what that does to salt and water quality going back 50, 60 years. If your staff are interested in kind of dabbling in that, it's 20, 30 pages of just gold that has been produced by the folks that directly work on those projects and know their history. So again, lots of wonky documents, huge printouts on my desk, but there are some parts of that are incredibly readable and really help paint the story of how we got to where we are right now. And I think the baseline characterization has a couple sections that are very readable in that respect. So a lot of credit to the team that's developed them. And with that, I'm sorry for interrupting. You can go right back ahead.
No, thanks, Patrick. We can go to actually 2 slides forward. These are the water districts, irrigation districts in the area that we're working closely with, just to kind of give you an idea of the diversity. I know you're trying to now imagine where the red spots and green spots were based on those, but you'll have to wait for that one, Sean. Next slide. So they're working meeting directly with each of those agencies, as well as others in the area, but they're the folks who have the primary information on water use in the area, water utilization, which crops are driven, and those sorts of things. And so meeting with those stakeholders to make sure that they've done their own modeling as part of their GSA work and other things, to make sure that those things are not inconsistent with ours. And then close coordination will continue to go on as the technical team does their evaluation of salinity to make sure that the understandings seem right to the people who are actually touching those gates and things each day, so that we come up with a solution in theory that at the end of it, they said, I don't know if we can do it, but if we can do it, it would be possible to accomplish. And that'll, the coordination will continue through the whole development process. Next slide. So there are a couple of items that are also going on that aren't major study items. I told you the regulatory and policy small group, they're kind of our smart group of lawyers and policy-oriented folks that are thinking about these things. They came through and did some recommendations early on that the executive committee approved, and those are going forward as a part of those. So we have technical work, we have policy work kind of going on simultaneously. So some of those are fun to listen into, but all of that comes back to the executive committee. The other thing to mention is that we work very closely, have to credit Adam Lapitz for being both the proponent and doing a good bit of the actual work related to it, but a salt management pilot review. So he and the consultants worked together to look at salt management areas. So I said those are areas that people are already managing salt, and that's Larry Lake in the Delta Mendota, and then Mine that I'm less familiar with in northern, farther north, and take a look at how those worked, what are the costs, what goes into them, what's generated, and sort of a proof of concept. How do these things work in the real world, and how are people doing it? How do they manage the salt? What do they create new water, or is it just evaporated? How does that go? Because we're looking to do additional pilots to find other locations where we can create clean water, preserve the water quality in the adjacent areas while managing that salt. So it's a good report. We'll work through that. It'll be probably, I say finished. We'll stop working on it for a while. And later in the year, I don't think it'll ever really be finished as we learn new things, right? And then also have to appreciate the work that Adam tried to really help coordinate with Darren and DDW and with our management zones to kind of expand some cooperation on groundwater treatment. Brine that comes out of the nitrate management process. It's apparently one of the areas that is very difficult for small systems to deal with. And, so we know how to say brine on the salt side, we're getting those two things together. And, apparently there's even an, alternative that might be able to use that if we change the brine to a nutrient that could be used in agriculture. So that would be amazing. I was amazed to hear that. So we're going to be working through that. It takes a bunch of people to do that, and seeking some pilot opportunities to try it out and see how that works. But the real idea is, to get some economies of scale so that that's easier to manage, lowers the threshold for DDW to be able to get more grant dollars out to those folks, and helps coordinate that with the management zone. So that's pretty much what I have. But we had a lot of good questions. Appreciate them. If you have any others, happy to answer.
Vice Chair, please.
Well, thank you. And that last slide is what I'm particularly interested in, because I think that it shows, well, let's go back to it. Which one was it? With the pilots. The last slide. Anyway, while you're pulling that up, it shows, maybe light at the end of the tunnel. And so I appreciate the wonky report, and we absolutely need that information. You all need that before going forward. But in the meantime, just excited about hearing more, maybe next year when you come back, about advancement in this area and making it a little more real for us. To kind of picture some of the strategies that are being considered, what those projects look like, cost, technological feasibility, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks, Daniel. Next slide, please. We'll now transition to the Nitrate Control Program implementation update. Next slide. So for the Nitrate Control Program implementation, it's prioritized to first address health risks associated with nitrate-impacted drinking water. And priority 1 areas on the maps here in red are where management zones have been developed and where early action plans were implemented starting in May of 2020, or May 2021. Implementation for priority 2 areas in orange began in December 2023 with the issuance of notices to comply. And for priority 2 areas, implementation of early action plans and delivery of replacement drinking water is expected to begin in late February of next year. The remaining areas, or non-prioritized areas in green, will be addressed on a case-by-case basis, phasing in implementation after we address the nitrate problems in the priority 1 and priority 2 areas. Next slide. Here's a figure that shows the current status of the Nitrate Control Program participation. Currently, there are 1,180 active permittees in the program, where 91% of those have selected Pathway B, or which is a nitrate management zone approach. 1% of the Priority 1 permittees chose Path A, the individual permitting approach. And for the remainder of permittees, the Regional Board's enforcement team is currently engaged in contacting those that are non-compliant with the program. Next slide, please. For the 1% of permittees that did select Pathway A, this map shows the Priority 1 permittees that have been approved or conditionally approved for Path A, indicated by the green dots on the map. These are within the Turlock, Kings, and Tule subbasins. Next slide, please. For the management zones, this map shows the Priority 1 management zones, which include the Modesto and Turlock basins, each with their own respective management zone, with Valley Water Collaborative as the administrator. We have Chowchilla Management Zone, Kings Water Alliance, Kauai Water Foundation, and Tule Basin Management Zone. So just a brief timeline of deliverables. Starting in May 2020, the regional board sent notices to comply to dischargers within the Priority 1 basins, kicking off program implementation and a time schedule for submitting the required deliverables. The preliminary management zone proposals and early action plans were due in March 2021, and implementation of the early action plans began in May of 2021. Final management zone proposals were due August of 2022, and most recently, the management zone implementation plans were submitted to the Central Valley Water Board in September 2023, which we'll talk more about later in this presentation. Next slide, please. Some highlights of the drinking water programs that have been implemented by the Priority 1 management zones. These data presented here are from the Nitrate Control Program dashboard available on the CV Salts website. And as of June 2024, 2,456 wells were tested across all Priority 1 management zones, with 1,309 of those wells above the nitrate standard of 10 milligrams per liter. Next slide, please. A total of 1,621 households are currently receiving replacement drinking water, with about 2.8 million gallons of water distributed since 2021. Approximately 1.8 million gallons were provided through bottled water deliveries, and over 900,000 gallons were provided by fill stations that are located in the Kings, Kauai, and Tule management zones. Next slide, please. This table shows data for the Priority 1 management zone well testing and Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program well testing as of June of this year. As mentioned earlier, 2,456 wells were tested by the Priority 1 management zones collectively, and 6,973 wells were tested by the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, totaling together 9,429 wells that were tested. About 3,800 of these wells are above the nitrate standard. And I'll note that the number of wells presented here, the number of wells tested by ILRP are higher because that's a mandated program, whereas the management zone well testing is a voluntary program for residential wells. And lastly, for reference, at the bottom of the table is a conservative estimate from the Corona report of the number of people within Priority 1 areas who rely on private domestic wells and are likely impacted by nitrate contamination in drinking water. Roughly 6,900 people. This estimate is based on a limited data set obtained from the Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program. Next slide, please.
When was that Corona report completed? Just wondering at what time?
Yeah, that report was completed in 2021, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
So an update on the Safer co-funding. Priority 1 management zones and the State Water Board Division of Financial Assistance have been coordinating for over 2 years now and have established Safer co-funding agreements for co-contaminant testing, covering testing for arsenic, 1,2,3-TCP, and uranium, to name a few. The current status is summarized here, with Valley Water Collaborative obtaining a funding agreement in 2022. They have about $5.5 million in funding, and as of July, over 515 wells were tested, with 399 with nitrate and/or co-contaminant exceedances. The Tule Basin Management Zone was approved for about $4.5 million in funding last year, and well testing began last September. As of July, 37 wells were tested, 6 wells exceeded the nitrate standard, and 13 wells had co-contaminants. The CWIA.
Vice Chair, please.
Would you be able to obtain information from the Modesto Turlock Management Zone on the 399 parsing out nitrate versus co-contaminants?
Yeah, we could definitely look into that, but I'll look to Perry if he has some numbers to share today.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Just when you get an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Perry. For the Kauai Water Foundation, they were approved for $5.1 million in funding earlier this year. And the Kings Water Alliance is currently working and coordinating with DFA staff to complete their funding approval. And the Chowchilla Management Zone, they currently don't have a safer application for co-funding or co-contaminant testing, as their testing is funded by a Madera County grant. Next slide, please. And here are some highlights on community outreach and collaboration. Again, this data is from the Nitrate Program dashboard on the CV Salts website. And since 2021, there have been over 4 million people engagements through various means of contact and over 71,000 meetings and events for community collaboration. And you'll hear more about the management zones and their outreach efforts later on in this presentation. Next slide. I'll now hand it over to Tess Dunham, and she will provide you with a presentation on the management zone implementation plans.
Thank you, Angela. We can head on to the next slide so we can try to get through them. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what is in the management zone implementation plans, which were submitted timely on September 5th last year. So maybe I actually get a Labor Day weekend this year. Definitely didn't get one last year, unless some board I know drops a dairy order. But no, I didn't say that. Sorry, Michael. What I want to talk about here are the components of the management zone implementation programs and the common elements within it. I think it's important to understand that the management zones worked collectively because of the commonality that we knew we were going to have within the management zone implementation plans. So instead of having 6 different people up here today talking about 6 different implementation plans that all look different, I'm able to stand up here today and talk about the common elements in all of them because we did work collectively to make sure that the methodologies were the same. It made no sense to us to have different methodologies for calculating nitrate load from dairies and irrigated land from one management zone to the other and for other facilities. And so we did work together. So you will see if you go and look at the management zone implementation plans, they are structured similarly. They have shared appendices because we did do things in common instead of having 66 different GSPs that all look different. Sorry, GSP folks. So those common elements that we will be talking about today are the emergency and the interim drinking water program, which is the extension of the early action plans. We then have our long-term drinking water solutions program. We have the nitrate reduction program, managed aquifer restoration, and of course some other key elements. Next slide, please. This is a very busy slide, and I apologize for it, and I will not talk to it directly, other than I want to give us all a little pat on the back. I think it's astonishing when you think about what the management zones have accomplished in a very short time frame. In the last than 4 years, we have created 5 new organizations covering 6 management zones that came into existence. We've developed funding mechanisms, we've hired technical consultants and others, and we have managed to do this all while still doing outreach, free well testing, deliver of bottled water to over 1,600 households. We are functioning, 6 functioning management zones with more than 1.4 million irrigated acres and more than 1,000 permitted dischargers from multiple sectors under the nitrate control program. And we did this and we submitted every document on time. There were no extensions asked for because we worked very hard to keep this program moving forward. And I just think all the folks that made this happen deserve a huge shout out for all the work that's gone into it. Next slide, please. So with respect to the content of the management zone implementation plans, they do align with the nitrate control program requirements. And just to kind of outline that, one of the key number one goal of the nitrate control program is drinking water solutions. Those are addressed through the emergency and interim drinking water program, as well as the long-term drinking water solutions. We then have the need to no longer cause or contribute, which is goal number 2, and that is achieved through the nitrate reduction program components of the management zone implementation plans. And then we have other key components, such as the managed aquifer restoration is, okay, how do the aquifers actually recover over time, even if we're no longer causing or contributing? The aquifer will still take time to recover. We then have surveillance and monitoring programs, as well as ongoing outreach. We need to talk about compliance assessments, reporting, and other elements as well. Next slide, please. Just to get a little bit on the structure of it, as Daniel mentioned, with respect to the the baseline characterization report, there's kind of the meat of it, and then there are a number of appendices. The management zone implementation plans are very much set up in the same way because we had the common reports, such as the methodologies for determining nitrate loading. So there are common appendices across all 6 of the management zones. The reports, including a common groundwater nitrate analysis methodology, common nitrate loading methodology by sector. So we are measuring loading by each sector in the same way. A nitrate reduction program is done by sector as well. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have dairies in the Tule Basin have a different program for nitrate reduction than dairies in the Kauai Basin, especially since they all are under one, most are under one common order. We have, public water system evaluations that were done, obviously, within each management zone. They have different public water systems, but the methodology for evaluation was the same. The approach to long-term drinking water solutions is through looking at things through a prioritized initial focus area, which I'll spend some time talking about, and having some long-term and interim work plans. And of course, having a common methodology for monitoring, both for the nitrate control program, add in the salt control program, add in GSPs. We got a lot of monitoring of groundwater going on in the valley. And other appendices, are specific to the management zones, such as the data set. Every management zone included their data set, and it is posted on the CV Salt's website for those that would like to see it. Each management zone has their own appendix for outreach activities, and then, of course, who are their participants in order to be, covered so Angela and the enforcement arm don't have to go after them because they are active participants in the management zone. Next slide, please. We could go ahead and jump to the next one. I won't spend much time on this at all because others will be talking about it shortly, but just a big part of the management zone implementation plan is to continue that emergency and interim drinking water programs that are already established. They were established under the early action plans. Those early action plans really have not rolled into the emergency and interim drinking water program under the management zone implementation plan, and others following me will talk a little bit more about and give an update on those activities. Next slide. And next slide. All right, now I'm going to spend some time talking about, the interim and emergency. As challenging as it can be, it is nowhere near as challenging as long-term solutions. And the approach that the management zone implementation plans have taken is we look at identifying initial focus areas for the development of long-term solutions. And the development of identifying those areas, I'll talk about a little bit about how the technical consultants went about to determine what was an appropriate methodology for identifying the initial focus areas. The management zone implementation plans include a work plan to facilitate the efforts for long-term drinking water solutions and implement long-term drinking water solutions for each of these initial focus areas. It is clearly iterative. We talk about within the management zone or the solutions work plan, the different roles and responsibilities. an evaluation and overview of potential solutions, frameworks for next steps, schedules with milestones, outreach and coordination activities, potential funding options, other management zone areas, and just kind of project implementation steps. Next slide. I'm going to rely on my notes for this one a little bit. So I think it's important that when we determined to go down this initial focus area and how to identify them, and there was then the how do you evaluate and having a selection process to determine what's an appropriate initial focus area. So there was a science-based approach used in order to identify the most urgent needs for safe drinking water. And this approach was used to identify the IFAs, and the approach considered findings from various management zone assessments, and those are listed on the table on the left. Characterization of ambient concentrations and trends, state drinking water needs assessment, not the one that just came out, haven't read it yet, locations of DACs and significantly disadvantaged communities, density of domestic wells and population in elevated nitrate areas based on actual well tests, nitrogen loading from the different dischargers within the management zone, and locations of residences currently receiving bottled water deliveries through the program, and so we know where they are. So through this analysis, each management zone then selected or identified their initial focus areas based upon the criteria. Next slide, please. Just to give you an example, these are some of the initial focus areas within the Kings Water Alliance Management Zone area. And as part of this, within these 8 initial focus areas, we have identified a total population of almost 15,000 residents, with about 13,000 of them located in areas with elevated nitrate, and we consider 7.5 and above as elevated. We also believe this translates, based upon the data we have, to about 2,000 domestic wells. So by doing this, we can now go to these concentrated areas and prioritize to how do we then start determining what is a long-term drinking water solution within these initial focus areas. Next slide, please. Key, of course, to any long-term solution is community outreach, and that is a key component of the long-term drinking water solutions program, is to come forward with a community-based outreach that is occurring now, has started with many of the management zones, occurring in the initial focus areas, to work with the communities to identify long-term solutions, targeted outreach to the public in each of the initial focus areas, coordination with other entities, right? A lot of people are already heavily involved in doing a lot of work in these areas. It is not our goal nor our desire to come in and upend the apple cart and get in the way of solutions that may already be in place, but to help complement and supplement, and what can we do if it's got stalled out somehow? Is there something we can do to help it along, depending upon the status of it? So that is a key component of it. And again, I think it's important to emphasize, as we work forward in these long-term solutions, we continue to implement the emergency and interim drinking water program. That does not stop until a long-term solution is in place for a certain area. Next slide, please. Just a little bit more detail on the management zone implementation plan work plan. It establishes a schedule with milestones for implementation for the initial focus areas. So the goal is to get in, start with community outreach and development. There's some parallel evaluation going on with technology consultants to understand what the options are. Is there the potential for connections to a nearby public water system that has compliant water or not? What are those options? Is it treatment? Is there a potential of how can we help people with brine disposal if they already have wellhead treatment, or if that's the challenge of getting some type of wellhead treatment? So a lot of discussion and work and just going on within the communities to determine those long-term drinking water solutions. Next slide, please. I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to switch gears.
Actually, really quick, Ms. Dunham.
Yeah.
When it comes to the long-term solutions, are there particular projects that you know of at this point that are kind of further along potentially, or are you still just really in, evaluation mode? Just wondering, to your point, there is a lot of, I know, ongoing work from SAFER, from a lot of the projects that are out there, and wondering if there's any specific sort of long-term projects that have been identified or maybe are further along that will be contributed by the program.
I think that there is a couple that are further along than just evaluation, but probably not quite to that, what is actually going to happen. I mean, there's been some direct conversations with a couple of small systems as to what is their specific need and how can the management zone fill that specific need that they may have. So there are some that are further along, probably not as far as long as some people would like, but all of them at a little bit different component. But definitely having those conversations, especially where projects have been identified, but maybe they need some help with a CEQA analysis or some barrier like that often gets in the way of them being able to continue forward with the capital project.
Okay, I appreciate that. Trying to get a flavor here of the type of contributions and long-term solutions that we might see out of this program vis-a-vis, the ongoing work that's going on. So thank you. Board Member Firestone, please.
Yeah, can you just clarify on, well, I think it was the slide before, but in terms of available funding, so are you just looking at public funding, or have you all made a fund available to support funding support through the management zones, or is it just connecting folks to available public funding at this point?
Well, for each of the long-term solutions, until we know what the solution may be, right, for each of the areas, it is difficult to know then what the funding need may be and where would that funding potentially come from, right? So I think that's probably a few steps down the road. I think it would be premature to be able to say what that funding need is now. Clearly, the management zones are funding all of the interim and the emergency, well, I shouldn't say all because of the safer funding components with respect to the co-contaminants, but all of the funding to do the initial focus area outreach, discussion, analysis, and some of this areas is being funded directly through the management zones.
Yeah, and I think, obviously this program's evolving. The well mitigation programs within the GSPs are evolving at a different pace. And one of the things they're doing is putting aside a certain amount of money, a budget where they're anticipating, some funding need, and they're putting aside money for mitigation. I'm just wondering, at this point, the management zones haven't done a specific amount of money for mitigation. It's just for interim at this point, not for long-term.
And planning, but no, there's been no money, to my knowledge, that's been set aside for some type of mitigation. We don't know what that number could be. It could be well beyond.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. Yeah, and I think we'll talk more about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. And actually, if I can follow up, I know that because of the dry wells that we've seen, the Safe and Affordable program, the SAFER program is currently providing bottled water to somewhere around 2,000 domestic dry wells. Just kind of wondering what the overlap is ultimately, and don't have to have the data now, but just helpful as we're kind of understanding the full picture here, response to communities in the San Joaquin and particular and the Central Valley generally. What that overlap is of dry wells that were nitrate contaminated perhaps, and knowing that here the interim water that's being provided are for nitrate contaminated wells, but there's certainly an overlap between the dry well program we have and those contaminated wells, and kind of what happens in those circumstances where potentially there's interim water being provided for a nitrate contaminated well that then goes dry, and just wondering if again, where overlap might be, just to understand where the different funding streams come from.
Okay. So if I would imagine, some of this is hypothetical, right? So if the management zone is already providing bottled water for the nitrate program, I think that continues, right? Whether the well goes dry or not. And I don't think any of the management zones have said, oh, that well's dry now, it's not my not my apple. I don't know what the analogy is, but I think that they would probably continue because it was a nitrate contaminated well and therefore, continues forward. And in fact, we do suspect that some of the nitrate contaminations, because some of the wells are probably very low. And so you have that concentration, but the nitrate control program and the management zones have not said we won't provide nitrate or bottled water if we suspect that the nitrate contamination is caused by a lowering of groundwater level. That has not been the case at all. Anybody, if there's an exceedance, we provide it, period. So I think that helps a little bit in that regard. I do think that there's also been a lot of conversations that have been happening with the GSAs and the management zones, especially where we have the overlap of the, critically, basins and the priority one management zones. Clearly, a lot of them are in the same areas, is how do we make sure we have coordination with their mitigation programs? I know you're familiar, a lot of them are now looking to self-help in order to help them with their mitigation programs. How does that work? But what we don't want to do is just get somebody a well and have water in it, but then not test it and know if the water is safe or whether it needs to be treated, right? That doesn't really help anything. And so I do think there's that cross-program need for coordination. And there are conversations, there are draft MOUs that have been going around between the GSAs and the management zones. I don't know that anybody have been completely done yet, but that's kind of where we're at.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, lots of moving parts, very complex space when we're thinking about long-term solutions and how to make and decide on those investments and how to realize them. And I think one thing we've learned through our SAFER program is how long it takes to get long-term solutions in place. So I appreciate that the management zone implementation work plans have schedules with milestones for implementation, at least in the initial focus areas. And just wondering what are those looking like? What kind of timelines are we seeing? And if you don't have that today, if you want to follow up, but I'm just very interested in sort of the vision for how this can all come together, because there are a lot of steps that need to happen to identify the project, get it in place, and make this real.
And I don't remember, I don't have the plan on front of me, but I believe in the work plan for the long-term drinking water solutions. One of the schedules and milestones is, I think, within 5 years, we should then have kind of what is the plan for long-term solutions for those initial focus areas, right? We do figure it'll take, and then that plan will tell us how long it takes to get to implementation of the long-term solution, right? I mean, there's kind of these planning steps, and then there's the implementation.
So, definitely, yes, all those steps need to happen. The question in my mind, I guess, that I'm wrestling with is, what does that timeline look like? If you have communities, and I'm just calling it like I'm seeing it here, if you have communities that are currently being impacted, that currently have water supplies that are exceeding an MCL for nitrate, how do we help address and get them long-term solutions in place as quickly as possible?
Agreed. But I also think it's far more complicated, because I think most of those where you find nitrate, you're going to find a co-contaminant, right? And so then you're in the co-contaminant world as to what is that long-term solution. We may be coming to you all for consolidations. You guys have authorities that others don't have. Getting people to connect, or the cost of connections, depending upon how far you are away from a compliant community water system or a public water system, has its own challenges. Potential treatment with respect to, wellhead treatment, depending again, what are the co-contaminants that you may be addressing at the same time. So I think until we get into some of those specific, each individual focus area and the long-term solutions for it, it's hard to say then each one's going to have its own time frame as to how you then get it implemented.
That's what I was going to interject, Tess, is I think you'll see a wide variety. You'll see where management zones have been able to help a community push something forward that was a good idea that got stuck somewhere, and those you'll see pretty soon. You'll see other areas where there's a deep entrenched fight over who gets to do what with whom and how, and those aren't going to be terribly easier for management zones than they are for a consolidation team at the state board. But the advantage I think you see there is you have people who are from that area and know the area and know the people there and can kind of corral folks and get things together, which is harder if you're not, as a carpetbagger myself to Sacramento, they're harder if you're from somewhere else, right? So I think you'll see a broad spectrum.
Great. Yeah, and I'm excited for the potential that the management zones can bring in terms of bringing these solutions to bear. I think when you have a chance to read the needs assessment that came out recently, you'll see how big the challenges that we're facing statewide in terms of all the water quality issues that, that are presented and the funding needs that come along with that. So there's a huge lift, and it's going to take a lot of different entities, and the management zones are one big piece of that. So thank you.
Board Member Firestone, please.
Sorry, I feel like I have a lot to ask and say, and I'm trying to decide when to do it, but I feel like this is a good moment to just add on to this discussion. Each of these programs that are going on have started from different places, and I think CV Salts in particular started with, many decades ago and has evolved. But at this point, we've got CV Salts, we've got GSAs, and we've got SAFER. And right now, within the SAFER context, we have set forth in our draft fund expenditure plan and in our needs assessment, very specific goals of every public water system, that community water system that is failing currently, so not meeting the MCL, getting them back into compliance so getting them safe water within the next 5 years, basically, but by 2030, nearly all of them. And we have, they're getting technical assistance, they're in the pipeline. So they're developing solutions. And so I guess and some of them may be really close, like the majority of them are coming back into compliance in the next 2 years. So I think one of the areas that I really hope we can lean into and see change over the next year is the coordination and communication. Not that it's not happening, but I don't think it's happening in the way that we need to get it to. I know there's some communication going on, but when, for example, there's Cutler and Orosi, East Orosi is an area where there's one of these that was on the map. There's an effort right now with multiple technical assistance providers. The state board has been putting a huge amount of money into developing solutions, including for private well owners around, as well as for those communities. In those planning and coordination meetings, we need the management zones part of that. We need the, GSA is part of that, as well as we're convening all the local stakeholders. So I think there's ways we can all be helping each other in accelerating the outcomes that we're trying to do and leveraging all the different resources available. And in that case, for example, there's a huge amount of public funds that we're looking, both in terms of the county and the state at investing, but operations and maintenance is a huge challenge. And so I think that's one where I'm really looking at, is there a role the management zones can play, and that's appropriate in particular, that I think is important to be talking about now while we're developing what the project looks like. And doing those feasibility studies, that's when you need to know, well, what funding could be available and what type. So as an example, I guess I just want to emphasize here, the management zones aren't on their own having to, just ask for information from locals or the state board to try to figure out the solution. I think we're all in this moving forward as quickly as possible for getting safe drinking water with communities, but we all need to be in those spaces together and talking to each other and putting forth resources to make sure that that accelerates. And I think the more that we kind of remain in our silos and programs, that just slows it down and leads to, I think, frustration and I don't think it's purposeful. I think it's just the way things evolve. But I'd really hope to see over, I'll just say for me personally, over the next year, I'd really like to help lean in to help facilitate that, because I think it could really help all of us get to better outcomes. And it's something as we, have these annual check-ins and updates that I'm really hopeful by the next one that we're seeing a lot more close collaboration and that.
No, and I appreciate that. I think being more integrated is exactly what we want to be, right? And any assistance that you or DDW staff or whoever is having these conversations can help us get integrated, we are, sign us up. I think we're absolutely in for that. And I also would say that, there's nothing out there yet. There is a lot of creative talk going as to how the management zones can fill a really unique role that perhaps state and counties can't, such as, again, going to the operations and maintenance. We know getting operators for these really small systems is difficult. And, could the management zones collectively have contracts with operators that serve a number of systems? So it's far more efficient. It gets people, it helps with the operation and maintenance cost because systems can't afford to hire their own, T plant, T1, T2, whatever they need. I think we are having conversations how we can fill some of those unique roles.
Really appreciate that, and thank you, board members. Appreciate the comments and appreciate the creativity there. And here, understanding obviously that nitrates is again one slice of what is a complex pie out there. But to the board members' point, we're trying to accelerate. We're moving quickly in that space and making sure that to the points made that you're all at the table so that there is an appropriate thought of, okay, well, what is that then commitment to the slice of the pie of the solutions here? What's appropriate? Doesn't sort of lag behind, if you will, some of that work so the contribution can really be actualized. And just have to say, to your point at the top, Ms. Dunham, we're decades ahead of other states and other communities when it comes to these conversations around how to address nitrates and how to best support communities here, particularly within communities dependent on agriculture. So have to acknowledge that, appreciate we have this incredible opportunity. I think we all definitely are looking to make sure we accelerate that. So just thank you. Yeah, board member.
Sorry. One more question while we're on this is, so I understand, obviously, part of planning is prioritizing, and I really appreciate the work to try to prioritize and focus in, and it seems like that was, certainly all the criteria seem totally appropriate and helpful. I'm wondering for private wells, though, in particular, if you have households that aren't in the specific priority areas, but are receiving interim funding, and basically those households meet those criteria. It seems to me that you don't have, so seems to me there's a couple different buckets of long-term solutions. Some are, if you're close to a public water system, you connect, and I think that's the ideal that we want to get to. There are some places that really are not, and they have to figure out how to mitigate their well in some way, right, long-term. And so I'm just wondering if there's a reason why, or if there's an opportunity for the management zone to have a program available to provide long-term mitigation for individual wells that are meeting that are getting interim solutions, to stop having to do the interim solutions and go towards long-term if the long-term really is, the best long-term really is just, drill a much deeper well or have to do point of entry or whatever it is.
And we are starting to do point of entry and point of use. And I think, some of what we consider an interim may be the long-term for some of those households, right? Because of location,
Right.
that becomes the only reality is some type of point of entry or point of use system. The management zones have started, and there are some houses that we've done point of entry or point of use with.
Great. Yeah, I think I just worry when it's just, when we're just doing priority areas, does that leave out ones that we would?
Yeah, not at all.
Okay. And that's where maybe, to me, in my mind, having kind of a long-term mitigation program that's more clearly available, not just the focus areas, would be helpful to just see that those are also moving forward in parallel with these maybe more complex priority areas. I don't know if, anyway, just as you're thinking about how we are understanding what programs are available and what funding and how that's moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Many thanks. Thank you, Ms. Dunham.
Okay, so I'm going to move forward a couple of slides here to, now I'm going to talk about the second component of the management zone implementation plans, which is goal number 2, which is how do we get to no longer cause or contribute, right? Which is the ultimate goal of reducing nitrate from sources within the Central Valley. So groundwater, with time and with some management and aquifer restoration, we can get to where we aren't talking about point of entry and point of use because groundwater meets the drinking water standard for nitrate. So like we did with the long-term drinking water solutions, we did work collectively to have common nitrate reduction programs, and in the development of it, it is sector-based because that just makes the most sense. The sectors that we have with respect to the nitrate reduction programs are irrigated ag. We have the dairy facilities, we have bovine facilities, poultry facilities, and then we have the non-Chapter 15, which is everybody else, i.e., wineries, food processors, POTWs, biosolids, all of that fits into the non-Chapter 15 program. So when you look at the management zone implementation plans, there is an appendix specific to each sector as to what their nitrate reduction program is in order to get to that no longer cause and contribute. Next slide, please. And I'll just touch briefly on these. For irrigated ag, just to give you an idea, we're talking about 1.4 million millionated acres within the Priority 1 management zones. The nitrate reduction program applies to all growers within the Priority 1 management zone. You may recall in the ESJ order, there's some distinction of requirements between low vulnerability and high vulnerability. If you are in the Priority 1 management zone area and you are under the nitrate reduction program, there really is no distinction between high or low vulnerability. The program applies. Within the management zone implementation plans, the terminology is a little wonky, and hindsight's 2020 when you look back and man, we could have used better terms when we wrote this basin plan, but we have what we call milestones, and the milestones are what do you need to do in order to get to no longer cause or contribute, and then we have interim milestones of what are the tasks and the activities that you are taking in order to get there. So the milestones are essentially numerics, and they are based, right, for irrigated ag, they are based right now on the, what we call the A over R ratio, so there's 2 different components of it. There is making sure that fields and growers are getting within the ranges of the acceptable, applied over R, and then we also have, is the township meeting its groundwater protection target, and then there are times associated with percentages of areas and growers or fields in order to meet those targets, in order to get to that no longer cause or contribute, which the groundwater protection targets are based on. interim milestones are things like, we want to now include within the groundwater protection program all growers, not just those in high vulnerability areas, focused education, outreach specifically to those within the priority 1 management zones, especially if they are outside of an A over R range. It does include revising groundwater quality management plans, using the INMP summary reports to target growers within the P1 areas to make sure they are getting to where they need to go. And I'm gonna go through these pretty quickly. Next one, I'll talk about dairies. Just realistically, we have had to put a few caveats in the dairy nitrate reduction program because we don't have the revised general order with respect to the dairy program, but we have put forward what we think are appropriate milestones in looking at really getting dairies to a whole farm manure balance, 100% of the dairies in the priority 1s within the first 10 years. And then we have a number of other program elements as achieving that zero whole farm manure balance by year 10, preparing updated dairy nitrate reduction program also within year 10, because then we probably will have more information. A big component of the dairy program is getting better data, right? We don't have really good data right now with respect to tracking and reporting for dairies electronically with respect to what is the manure within the valley and, applications, what's being hauled off, what's being utilized. That's been a big conversation with the dairies for a long time. And so a big component of this is getting better data and information for measuring nitrate loading from dairies. That really needs to be done within the first couple of years. Next. I will switch over to bovine. In the bovine general order, we have what we call limited term operations and full coverage facilities. Their nitrate reduction program requirements vary based upon whether they're considered limited, meaning they really aren't considered to have a huge threat to water quality, versus what we call a full coverage facility, which has to have a nitrate reduction work plan for regional board approval, and the facility needs to demonstrate how it's going to meet its reduction goals. And similar to the bovine facilities, I'll go to the next one, we have poultry. Poultry also is divided based upon kind of low threat operations versus full coverage facilities. Just to give you an idea, the poultry facilities are really concentrated in 3 of the 6 management zones. You could see, Modesto, Turlock, and then Kings is where we have a number of the low threat operations, and there are only 4 full coverage facilities. Poultry is generally not considered a huge potential threat for nitrate, but there is some loading that comes from poultry, and so we have managed it and dealt with it also, and because it is also under general order of the regional board. Next. Non-chapter 15, this is kind of where we have tried to tier the different types of facilities into grouping in order to establish when timelines would be due for their nitrate reduction program elements. You can see group 1 and group 2 are really the non-domestic wastewater facilities and bearing by potential to groundwater. Those have more aggressive time schedules for nitrate reduction program components. Group 3 are really our wastewater treatment facilities and our disadvantaged communities that we know will need help and funding, right? Going back to the funding issue that Board Member Firestone brought up, we have a number of old wastewater treatment plants in the valley, these very small communities. And so we know that it'll take more effort and time. And so we are, proposing that they have more time in order to come into compliance with the nitrate control program. A lot of that is going to be dependent upon SRF funding and a lot of other grants and program assistance that they can receive. A big part of the non-15 program is in the first couple of years, again, more data, right? A lot of these WDRs or these facilities are very old waste discharge requirements. They don't have groundwater monitoring requirements. They don't have a lot of data. So that's really the big first step, is to get data. And so then we can work with them on the nitrate reduction work plans. But again, the 2 biggest, as we know, irrigated ag and dairies. And so a lot of effort into the nitrate reduction program with respect to the irrigated ag and dairy. And these are very broad. There's a lot of individual tasks within each of the different reduction program work plans. Next. Just another update here on the non-chapter 15. We know it's going to, every non-chapter 15 is unique, and each facility is going to be asked to prepare a nitrate reduction work plan that leads it to compliance with the nitrate reduction program that will then contribute to overall management zone compliance. We will be looking at reevaluating compliance timelines as we get more data and information for each of the non-chapter 15s, and these nitrate reduction work plans would require regional board approval for these facilities. Next. I'm just going to, I think we're running a little short on time, so I'm going to kind of just jump ahead a little bit. I think this is somewhat repetitive. Let's go on to the next. Just to touch briefly on the Managed Aquifer Restoration Program, which is goal 3, right? How do we get groundwater then to meet drinking water standards? And so the management zone implementation plans, they include a plan to establish a managed aquifer restoration program, and within the establishing that plan for restoration program, we need to have, the goal, the participants, foundational program design, outreach and engagement from stakeholders and the public. I think there's a lot of overlap when we start talking about managed aquifer restoration and groundwater sustainability plans. I think this is where the two definitely interact most of all. We need to talk about monitoring programs and periodic review. And we do have a deliverable that, we should be proposing to have preliminary managed aquifer restoration technical memorandum submitted. I can't remember, is year 5, year 10. That's probably something the regional board obviously is still going to put requirements and permits. They may adjust that a little bit. But the idea is that we need to get the information in order to build the plans to establish. And there is a work plan component within the management zone implementation plans that set forth what need to be in the program elements for the aquifer restoration plans. Next slide. Again, coordination with other GSAs and stakeholders in working with, how does a GSP implementation impact the managed aquifer restoration program that the management zones need to have? How do the two come together? Next. Lastly, I'm just going to touch upon a couple of other elements within the management zone implementation plans. There is a proposal within it to have a compliance assessment approach. It does tee off of the current work that was done by the irrigated lands programs with respect to the groundwater protection targets, looking at it on a township basis. We know that we do need additional information from all of the sectors in order to update the loading that goes into every township or across the landscape. So we understand what the current loading is in order to know where we need to be, right? How much loading needs to be decreased in order to no longer cause or contribute. And to do that, we need to know the current loading. We have good data for the irrigated lands program based upon what's been done to date in the irrigation and nitrogen management plan summary reports. We don't have comparable loading data for the other sectors. It's pretty much based upon Thomas Harder's 2012 GNLM, which is in need of further evaluation and update. And we are hoping to have that more localized organic information to the nitrate reduction program, so we know very well what the loading is within each of the areas within the priority 1 management zones. And from there, we can then know how much do we need to reduce collectively from everybody in order to no longer cause or contribute. Next slide. We have not left out the need for reporting. What the management zone implementation plans include are annual progress reports on key components such as emergency interim drinking water, long-term drinking water in initial focus areas, and of course, annual progress on nitrate reduction program activities by sector. One of the requirements within the, I think it's in the exceptions policy is that we need to do 5-year reports to the Regional Water Board in order for them to understand kind of what's the status. So there would then also be 5-year reports. And then there's also a requirement for 10-year reports. And those 10-year reports have to then kind of evaluate what's the status of technology, right? Do we have more technology that we know of for especially ag and for dairies in order to see how are we going to get to no longer cause or contribute and still sustain our agricultural economy in the Central Valley. So those are the 3 reporting requirements that are contained within the implementation plans: annual, 5-year, and then even an expanded 10-year. And I think that's the last of my slides.
Thank you, Tess. So to summarize the timeline for the Priority 1 management zones and the MZIPs, after receiving the MZIPs in September of last year, Central Valley Water Board staff reviewed the plans to determine if the required elements identified in the basin plan were included and addressed. And in November 2023, in letters provided to each management zone, the executive officer determined that all 6 of the Priority 1 MZIPs were complete, meaning that the MZIPs provided information, action, and timelines that address the key elements in the basin plans. The MZIPs, however, are still subject to additional review during the development of permit revisions and environmental documents to ensure that the proposed plans are adequate to meet the needs of communities and individuals that are impacted by nitrates in groundwater. From November 1st to December 22nd last year, the MZIPs were made available for a public comment period, and a public information hearing on the MZIPs was held in April of this year. Central Valley Water Board staff have addressed written comments received in a formal response to comment document. In addition, the management zones have prepared a response to comment, and both of these documents are available on the Central Valley Water Board's website. The comments received will be considered as the regional board works on developing permit revisions to include enforceable requirements in consideration of the MZIPs. Next slide, please. It's important to note that the MZIPs are not self-implementing, and the regional board will use these plans to inform permit requirements and revisions. Next slide. 11 general permits will need to be revised that include both the regional and statewide permits and covers about 900 confined animal facilities, several oil and gas operations, NPDES permittees, small domestic wastewater treatment systems, and biosolids facilities. Irrigated lands permits will also need to be updated, which cover about 7,000 farms enrolled in 4 coalitions within the Priority 1 basins, and about 168 individual permits, including 53 municipal facilities, will be updated as well. And so currently, the Central Valley Water Board staff are coordinating internally with the various programs such as ILRP and Non-15 on a strategy to make the necessary revisions to permits to include requirements for evaluating nitrate loading, reporting requirements, and drinking water program requirements. Next slide. Before the applicable permits are updated, CEQA assessment of environmental impacts and trade-off will be conducted for the infrastructure that's needed to address nitrate load reductions and costs for compliance and impacts during the compliance timeline. This will be subject to several public processes. All permit updates will require AB 2108 findings, where meaningful and culturally relevant outreach and engagement will be done by board staff in collaboration with dischargers to meet with affected communities and make sure they have the opportunity to provide meaningful input during the process for incorporating MZIPs into permit requirements. Permits must also satisfy all applicable state policies, including anti-degradation, sources of drinking water, human right to water, and non-point source policy. Next slide. In addition, drinking water infrastructure build-out and financing must be assessed in cooperation with affected communities and individuals and in coordination with the State Water Board. Communities with non-compliant wastewater treatment plants will have to assess their infrastructure needs, opportunities for facility upgrades, and get buy-in from local municipal leadership. And while all these activities occur, the management zones must continue implementing their drinking water programs and outreach. Next slide. I'll now hand it over to Charlotte Schul, and she'll talk about the management zone outreach.
One question here. Board Member
Yeah, maybe we
Firestone.
can go back just one slide. Thank you. And I think I'm trying to understand, there's so many pieces here. It sounded to me like the steps outlined were focused on getting the plans, the MZIPs, submitted, assessing them for completeness, which was done, getting public input at that point, which has been done, or at least hopefully that's ongoing, but there's been a public process for this round. And then, but that there is not an assessment of adequacy of the MZIPs from a substantive perspective, that it's really just been a completeness, and that the oversight that occurs is, and the sort of adequacy oversight that the regional board does is when they update permits and they incorporate specifics, requirements on individual or general permits, and that there is, there's a lot of reporting requirements as Ms. Dunham went through in terms of both annual and every 5 years. And so there's input points, but I guess I'm trying to understand where there's substantive oversight and feedback on this. There's so many pieces of the MZIPs. These are huge, huge things that are, we just went over. I think I saw opportunities for like the nitrogen reduction program, a little bit more there. But for example, on the long-term drinking water program, I don't know if that's adequate, really, long-term. And it sounds to me like what the regional board has done is said, yeah, you've submitted a complete plan that includes a long-term drinking water program, but not a full assessment substantively as to whether that program is adequate to address long-term drinking water needs. So can you just walk through what the Central Valley Board's oversight in terms of substantive approval and adequacy of the plans is?
No, I think you're actually characterizing it quite well. And if there was a slide that kind of tells the story, it's probably a slide or two prior to this one. The structure of the Basin Plan Amendment itself essentially said your milestones are going to happen every 5 years under the exceptions policy. So so each one of those permittees, and I was talking about the ones with the timeline with the stars on it. So every 5 years, as we kind of go through, I'm losing track here. Every 5 years, as we go through the process, there will be a check-in with the regional board, substantive hearing about what is happening, whether that's adequate to satisfy the program requirements, and essentially the vision, and I know that term was used earlier, will become more and more clear as that process goes forward. So I think, that where those dots are a check-in. And if the whole of the management zone is not on course to meet all of the exception requirements, which includes funding of the long-term drinking water solutions, funding of the interim drinking solutions, and progress towards the development of best management practices and infrastructure needs, et cetera, to meet the nitrate load reductions, then you're off track. And then all of the benefits of the 35-year compliance schedule are taken off, and essentially everything's accelerated. We're in a lose-lose situation for everybody. So in terms of the substantive review for the initial kind of component of this, we will be looking at essentially how do you build out the IFAs? What will be the project deliverables in 5 years? What will be the project deliverables in 10 years for every single sector? Realistically, the sectors are kind of divided up into 3 areas. On the substantive side, you have the irrigated lands regulatory program, which is almost, I will say at the cusp of figuring out what the requirements are for meeting groundwater protection targets under the structure that the 2018 San Joaquin specified. You build in the drinking water program from the nitrate control program, and that's really the package. We expect that to get essentially finalized in about the next year and a half. Along for the ride are the non-15 facilities. And those, as was mentioned earlier, they have substantive reviews. Essentially, they're divided into 3 sectors. The ones that are closer to attaining compliance, ones that are a little further to attaining compliance, and then the domestic wastewater treatment facilities within disadvantaged communities. Each one of those has a substantive time frame that we will build into permit requirements. We know what if you're pretty close to compliance with the nitrate standard, we want your plan in a relatively a short order, next 5 years, and then the infrastructure plan to achieve compliance within about 10 years. It's a longer time frame for the facilities that are longer away from meeting that requirement, and then the most extended time frame is given to those POTWs within the priority 1 areas that don't even know their growth projections, really haven't monitored, and we know they are well out of compliance. I hope you'll see in the next 30 years recycled water, potable reuse, things like that implemented in those communities. But those plans are so far away at this juncture because we're really just having those initial conversations with those communities about what their needs actually are. And then the last sector, I know kind of said 3 sectors, irrigated lands, non-15, covering a variety of sectors. And then the last one is the confined animal facilities, which, we have some, indication from the state board that of what the general expectations will be, and are waiting on the final issuance of the order to kind of hash out those requirements. But nonetheless, the main requirement will be, the nitrate load reductions on the time frame that everybody else is reducing their nitrate load reductions. So that's kind of the substantive review that we're engaged in right now. And then, the stepwise process that's kind of articulated in the management zone implementation plans are, essentially you're working on almost 4 kind of tracks for the drinking water program. You have the assessment that's still going on, trying to reach those final domestic wells that have not had their well sampled yet. You have the maintenance of the bottled water and fill stations, and then gradually that will branch out into kind of 2 areas, the vision being that you'll have the initial focus areas that will gradually connect communities to drinking water systems that are compliant. And then, as articulated earlier, you've got those communities that are relatively isolated, or those households that are relatively isolated that will have wellhead treatment as probably the solution for the next 50, 60 years while, the groundwater is gradually being restored. That entire package is actually undergoing substantive review right now by our permitting teams. There are some unknowns within that package, but we will scope it out so that there will be work plan deliverables on year 5, year 10, and an assessment of whether the management practices that are invented to come up with these nitrate load reductions, as well as the drinking water packages, are packaged up and delivered to the board on those timeframes. So I know that's a long answer, but that's kind of how the substantive review is scoping out right now.
So I'm following the nitrogen reduction program because that seems like it fits into the permitting process.
Yeah.
I'm not following where the substantive oversight is and adequacy on the drinking water, both interim and long term. Like, how is there a substantive analysis by the regional board? I mean, obviously we'd want to support that, that the activities and plans and programs are adequate And where does that substantive adequacy evaluation or determination occur on the drinking water side? I'm following it. That was a very helpful explanation on the nitrogen reduction.
I think, the answer to a certain extent lies in the continued development of the initial focus areas, the household surveys that need to occur in those communities, and then the package will be delivered to the regional board of these are the homes that we can connect, these are the homes that we can't connect, these are the wells that are compliant and non-compliant. Those have not been fully developed at this stage yet. That package will come into the regional board. We'll see what the financing options are, and then that will be built into the compliance. So I think the answer is, we know the management zones are working on those, but that final package has not been perfected. And frankly, I don't know if enough information has been developed yet to get those packages perfected and into the regional board now. We want to kind of get those underway.
And sorry, that just in terms of the structure, though, there was a plan submitted that was determined to be complete.
Yes.
But where is the substantive it sounds to me like then your completeness is approval substantively of the drinking water plan. And if you said that was complete, and then at what point is there an adequacy determination on those programs? I'm just not.
I would totally get what you're saying. I mean, just to be completely honest, at this stage, it's a plan for a plan, right?
Right.
That's the adequacy determination that was made when the management zone implementation plans were coming. And the plan is you develop these initial focus areas, and then you deliver the results to the regional board. At some point in the future, that's still being negotiated. The management zone implementation plans have, proposals. We're currently going back and forth to figure out whether those are reasonable, whether they can be accelerated in some areas or not. And then that plan for a plan becomes the plan gets submitted to the regional board, and then at that point we say, is there enough there to actually get this done by year 10, by year 15 within these communities? Is there community support? Has the initial outreach to those communities and say, what do you think? This is what your rate structure is going to look like. Here's what we can afford, to subsidize. That package just has not been developed for the, dozens, if not hundreds of little enclaves that will be added to drinking water systems under the IFA model.
But you're not going to oversee the plans for each specific community, I'm assuming. I guess, so you're saying there's a 5-year report, or does this fit into the 5-year report? Is there an actual substantive? It doesn't sound to me like the regional board is going to do a substantive adequacy determination on the drinking water side because I assume you're not going to, I assume you don't have staff that can review every single individual household or community water system plan. You're saying there's some plan that will come at some point for how they're moving forward on priority 1, but is there a point at which there's a determination that, this is adequate, and then a check-in on that? I'm just not hearing that.
I mean, I think the check-ins are up here, and we're going to be
on the 5-year report.
On the 5-year report, and if the plans come in, I mean, it to a certain extent, we have the ability and the authority to kind of impose the permit requirements that say, here's the deliverables that we need by a certain date specific. We get those in. We see these plans for these communities, and frankly, we tap DDW on the shoulder, say, what do you think? Is this a viable plan? We talk to DFA, how's the funding looking for this? They come up with a 30% private, 70% public, whatever the options are, because we've discovered these wells are impacted by arsenic. These wells are impacted by nitrate. This is the package that we're going to have in this particular area. And yes, we will be reviewing those proposals. I mean, those do come in and will be vetted at the regional board. If they're inadequate, again, the mechanism that we have to correct that action is to say, well, the bargain under CV salts is that you get the extended time frame if you develop these adequate plans, submit them to the regional board for their review on this time frame. I don't know if that answers your question
I think
exactly, but
yeah, I mean, it still sounds like to me that there's a lot of informal feedback, but that there's not a formal adequacy determination that gives clarity onto what's acceptable and what's not in terms of expectations on drinking water. And I've just seen with, as we've seen with GSA and GSP review, I think it's helpful to give some clarity on what is needed. And it doesn't mean that it's not a really, so I'll just say this is extremely challenging work. But I would like I would like to see us figure out how we give a little bit more formal, substantive review on. It seems to me that what you're describing is there is on the nitrogen reduction programs, but I'm not seeing where that's happening on the drinking water side. And I do think there's a very important role for coordination with the state board on this. And so I'd just like us to figure out how we're providing more substantive review on adequacy of those parts of the plan. And I also think it's it's asking a lot for regional board staff to be reviewing that. And it's certainly the individual plans, that seems crazy to me to expect that. But as an overall MZIP, both the interim and long-term drinking water plans that are submitted, it seems like some substantive review is needed to provide some clarity to the management zones. And especially, in general, we're in priority 1 has been putting so much work, and priority 2 is coming up, then priority 3, and we want to not have people reinventing the wheel or going down a road that, we want lessons learned and we want some clarity. And so that's just, I think this is such a complex and challenging program. And there's so many different plans within plans. And then where is their actual public and board oversight? And where is it really this iterative process that dischargers are working through? But this is an area that I'm still seeing a need for some more clarity, I think, and maybe something we can collaborate on.
I think that comment is totally welcome on our end. I think in terms of again, how I see it, we're eating the whale, right? One bite at a time on our end. It's I think our whole team is here. It's just, 4 or 5 people who are kind of working through this at the regional board side. And, to be frank, I think that the initial stages of the IFA development are less substantive. Our main focus at the regional board, the engineers and scientists and geologists within the Irrigate Lands program, dairy program, and non-15 program are focusing on that nitrate load reduction, getting those efforts underway, because really that's kind of our wheelhouse. Mm-hmm. And, on the drinking water side, the emphasis has really, really strongly been, at the direction of our board on getting those samples out there in the community, get the well sample, get the bottled water out there. We'll figure out the rest, the funding packages, the long-term solutions later. The last thing we want is a child with methylglobinemia to show up in the valley, right? That is our single driving effort. But you're absolutely right. That is going to shift as the IFAs get further developed. And again, it's not for a few years that continues to get developed. We're going to need to rely on expertise within primarily DFA and DDW on the criteria for a successful plan. So you're absolutely right. Maybe that's something that we'll bring back to you next year for that review. I think that those requirements will continue to be refined. But again, that is largely outside of our area of expertise. Yeah. We plan on relying on state board staff to help out with that one. And I think that's the package. But you're absolutely right. I see what you're saying there.
Thank you both.
Hi,
Hi, good morning. My name is Charlotte Scholl. I'm a representative of the Tule and Kauai Management Zones, and I'll be presenting you with a community outreach update on behalf of all Priority 1 management zones. Priority 1 management zones consider community outreach to be a vital way to share the benefits of our free well testing and replacement drinking water program. We demonstrate this through participation in in-person community events and meetings, door-to-door canvassing, television and radio broadcast, print media and newspapers, flyers and mailers, social media, website advertising, and online meetings, emails, and newsletters. And in the upcoming slides, I'm going to share with you in more detail what this looks like. Since the implementation of Priority 1 management zones, Priority 1 management zones have shared and coordinated with each other on outreach strategies and where they've seen the most impactful results. A success in one particular management zone with a particular strategy does not necessarily equal success in another management zone with that same outreach strategy, but all the management zones do have in common that we have tried all of these different outreach strategies and are deeply committed to the success of our community outreach programs. Next slide, please. And there we go. As part of our community outreach program, participating in in-person community outreach events plays an immense role in gaining program awareness. This is represented through attendance, presence, and partnerships in local communities such as local food pantries and food distribution sites, local schools, churches, medical centers, and libraries, local community events such as farmers markets, community resource fairs, festivals, etc. And the photos to the right show you an example of what a typical booth display at one of these events would look like. Next slide, please. So partnering with local food pantries and food distribution sites allows management zones the unique opportunity to engage with community members and share the resources of our program. Many management zones typically attend food distribution sites on a weekly basis to share the message of our program, gain program awareness, and trust within our local communities. With this program being so new and unprecedented, we've experienced that it typically does take time and repeat exposure for residents to become aware and apply to our program. Next slide, please. Additionally, participation in locally held community events such as resource fairs, farmers markets, festivals, etc., helps us share our message, share resources, and gain trust within our communities. We don't just participate in management zone hosted events, but we really do try to think outside the box and seek out local community partner hosted events as well. Like the example shown on the screen, Kauai Water Foundation this summer has participated in a Cinco de Mayo Family Health Fair, back to school resource event, Senior Night Mental Health Awareness Resource Fair, and a Goshen Spring Family Festival Health Fair. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, we consider community outreach to be a vital way to share the benefits of our replacement drinking water program. Residents may have an idea that their wells could be contaminated or have quality issues, but they may not know that they may not know who to call or that help exists for well testing and bottled water delivery at no cost to them. So by participating in in-person events at the heart of residents' communities, we demonstrate that we care enough to deliver the message in a personal and efficient manner that is convenient to them, and also that allows us to answer any questions and explain in English or in Spanish the ease of the application process. Next slide, please. So this year, the Tule Basin Water Foundation hosted our third annual Community Resource Fair. This event was held April 12th of 2024 at the Porterville Veterans Memorial Building. We advertised this event at local elementary schools for children to attend and participate in a live art class. We advertised the event also via flyers, social media, mailers, radio, and television. The flyer you can see is on the left. And we're so happy to have 25 community agency partners set up booths and provided event support. Next slide, please. Here are some highlights from our Tule Basin Community Resource Fair event. We had entertainment with folklorico dancers, free face painting, a free taco truck, free books for the first 100 children, free raffle prizes, free tote bags, and a free children's art activity. But most importantly, we were so thrilled to have hundreds of attendees informed of our clean drinking water program. Next slide, please. And so here are some final photos of our community resource fair event. It's truly the highlight of our year. And each year after the event following, we try to see what worked, what didn't work, how we can do better, and how we can reach the most amount of people possible. Next slide, please. Now I want to show you this slide before we get into more detail on other outreach methods, because you might wonder why management zones put certain effort into certain outreach methods, like for example, postcards. Well, as you can see in this graph, postcards have been the second most effective method in reaching people for Valley Water Collaborative, and this goes for most, if not all, management zones. This graph here is specific to Valley Water Collaborative, and Valley Water Collaborative has seen the biggest response first from word of mouth from a neighbor, a family member or a friend, and then followed by postcards, newspaper, internet, and social media. So all of the management zones are working on tracking our efforts, and as I mentioned earlier, putting in very intentional efforts towards what has been the most successful. Next slide, please. So since the Priority 1 management zones have seen some of the best response to postcards, as I mentioned, I'm going to give you a few recent postcard highlights from management zones. Valley Water Collaborative has conducted 9 rounds of postcards total with over 30,000 mailed out to date. And most recently, they've expanded and refined their lists and increased from 3,500 to 5,000 residents per mailing. Next slide, please. This is an example postcard from the Tule Basin. In 2024, the Tule Basin Management Zone prioritized quarterly outreach postcards to target initial focus areas as identified in the MZIP, including communities of Woodville, Porterville, Poplar, Plainview, and Strathmore. And so in the first quarter of this year, we mailed out over 4,500 postcards. In our second quarter, over 6,000 postcards. And in quarter 3 and quarter 4 of this year, we're anticipating to be sending out a similar number. Next slide, please. And then in March of 2024, Kauai Water Foundation sent out 5,000 outreach postcards to residents in the Kauai Basin service area to share the message of its free replacement drinking water program, with additional postcard efforts planned for the future to target initial focus areas as well. Next slide, please. As I showed you on that graph, social media has also been a powerful newer way that management zones have promoted our program, with some screenshots of our Instagram pages on the screen for you. Management zones use social media sites like Instagram and Facebook to promote, to reach and interact with our communities, as well as advertise and promote our programs. Next slide, please. Media has been a successful tool for management zones to promote our program. And as an example, I have some media highlights from Valley Water Collaborative to share with you. Valley Water Collaborative has used radio networks to advertise their program, newspapers, TV segments, as well as a YouTube segment. Next slide, please. And then additionally, another type of outreach management zones have implemented our newsletters. Kauai Water Foundation and Tule Basin Water Foundation sends out a monthly newsletter, as you can see on the screen, displaying outreach highlights and community events that we participated in, as well as upcoming events that we will be attending. And Valley Water does something similar, shown in the middle, as well as other management zones have participated in this type of outreach as well. Next slide, please. And then lastly, because word of mouth has been so valuable for Valley Water Collaborative, they've also launched a well testing referral program where existing program participants can earn $50 cash each for referring a neighbor, friend, or acquaintance for the free well testing program. And so far, they've got 56 new applicants, and the referrals are ongoing. So it's a very exciting new referral program they've implemented. That concludes the Priority 1 Management Zone Outreach Update. Thank you for your time today. And as always, please don't hesitate to contact us if you have any questions or would like any further information. Thank you.
Can I just mention here that this is, I feel like, a repeat from last year from me, in that I think there's so many great lessons learned in the years that you all have been implementing these programs. And, we're looking now at priority 2 and priority 3 coming. And so, again, I think some sort of substantive review or guidelines around best practices that are learning from the success, what you all have found successful and the learning that you all are doing is going to be really important to be hitting, seeing those programs up and running successful sooner than if we were starting from scratch. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Charlotte. We could go to the next slide. We'll now transition to the priority 2 groundwater subbasins and the program implementation. And so in December of last year, the Central Valley Water Board sent out notices to comply to about 950 permittees in the priority 2 areas. Dischargers that received this notice include permittees from the Confined Animal Facilities Program, composting, ILRP, Non-15, NPDES program, and oil and gas programs. Preliminary management zone proposals and early action plans are due at the end of this year on December 28th. Notices of intent indicating a permittee's selected compliance pathway are due to the regional board on February 26th of next year. And implementation of those early action plans must begin 60 days following submittal of that plan. I'll now hand it over to Nicole Bell to present on program implementation in one of the developing priority 2 management zones.
Thank you, Angela. Good morning still. Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. And Ms. Firestone, you had a perfect lead in to my presentation today. I am Nicole Bell. I am the Executive Director of the Kern Water Collaborative in Kern County. And today I will talk to you about what Kern Water Collaborative has done to form a P2 management zone and the work that we've been doing in Kern. Because of our involvement in CV Salts and the executive committee, we understood the importance of the nitrate control program, as well as getting started as soon as we could possibly get started to provide the program as well as replacement drinking water where needed. If we could go to the next slide, please. Black is not a good idea for a slide on that screen, apparently. See if I can read it. We actually had the benefit, because after the P1s got started, we expected our notice to comply to come out. Because of my involvement with the executive committee, I spearheaded the initiative in Kern to get started in fall of 2021, anticipating our notice to comply sooner than we actually received it. We actually formed the Kern Water Collaborative as a 501c3 in 2022 after meeting for about 6 months with leaders of all industries across the county. During this time, I have been involved with the P1s and all of the work going on to determine best practices, which is exactly what Ms. Firestone was saying, and the outreach that works in those areas. Our board of directors is made up of 11 folks across all of the different discharger communities in the area: irrigated ag, dairy and bovine, food processors, POTWs with the WWTFs, and also the gas industry. And I will note 4 of those representatives are water district and GSA representative leaders as well. So we do have a cross-culture within our board, and we are very eager to work together. Probably know that Kern County has some issues with the GSAs, GSPs, and the work that's being done. We have 22, I believe, at last count, GSAs, and we have developed a memorandum of cooperation that was submitted with their GSPs, and we do look forward to working with them in our county. We have also, previous to receiving our notice to comply, hired all of our technical consultants as well as our external affair consultants to ensure that we would be ready to meet our December 2024 deadline for submitting our preliminary management zone proposal and EAP, and we are on track for that. Next slide, please. Kern Water Collaborative is unique in the sense that we are covering all of Kern County. The Kern West Side South is a priority 2 area base subbasin. Kern Pozo is a priority 2 subbasin. We have also taken the opportunity to include our unprioritized area, which is the Kern River subbasin. It has not yet been prioritized, but we wanted to make sure for efficiency and to ensure that when it does become prioritized, our dischargers have a management zone to participate in sooner rather than later, and that will help get water to those individuals in that area sooner than having to develop a management zone from scratch. So we are including all of Kern County. And then there's a little triangle just above Kern County where you see that it's right where it says Tulare Lake, actually. That is a very small sliver of Tulare Lake that was not included in the Kings Water Alliance. We are including that in our management zone. It made sense for us to do that because it is a portion of the irrigated lands coalition boundary for the West Side Coalition that is all part of the Kern County coalitions. So I just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. And of course, the community and stakeholder outreach, which you have heard a lot about today. We are benefiting from the fact that the P1s have gone before us. They have done a lot of work, and we are the recipients of their knowledge of what needs to be done, what has worked successfully. Again, Charlotte mentioned that just because something works for one management zone, it may not work for another. But we are prioritizing what has been successful in P1 to do. We are reaching out to all of the communities and stakeholders listed on the slide. Next slide, please. And for the last 2.5 years, we have been building our foundation with community and stakeholders through our website and social media platforms. We have ongoing email outreach campaigns. We did make about 100 phone calls to community organizations and media just a couple of months ago to make sure folks knew we are in existence. You know, they've heard of us for the last 2.5 years, but once we received our notice to comply, reality hit, and we want to make sure that the word is getting out there. We have held 2 webinars in June. One of those webinars was specific to the discharge community to help entice them to participate in a management zone. I will mention that the Kern Management Zone, all of irrigated ag, dairy, and bovine are 100% in compliance with the notice to comply. Those dischargers are funding the Kern Water Collaborative at this time. We are also doing ongoing webinars this month, and then next month, closer to the time where our preliminary management zone proposal and EAP drafts will be available, we will be holding dual in-person and live webinars, so webinars and in-person meetings. They will have the ability for translation, and we expect that we will do that through October, November, and possibly even December, just before our plans are to be submitted, to make sure that we get the most public input that we possibly can. Next slide, please. And then this is just one of the ways through our website that we are encouraging folks, if they are interested, they can sign up for information coming from us to make sure that they stay involved. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bell. And as we're rounding out here this panel, I did want, for timing purposes, to note for folks, we will take a quick break because we do have translation services that are ongoing for this item. To give folks a pause, we have an environmental justice panel that will come up afterwards. We will need to take a lunch at that point, and so item number 7 we won't get to until after our lunch. So I know there's folks here hanging on for that and want to make sure and flag for timing purposes that. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and the rest of the board. Perry Clausen, Executive Director of Valley Water Collaborative. As you recall from last year, we were formed as a nonprofit in 2020. We managed the Modesto and Turlock Management Zones, Priority 1 basins. Next slide. We've expanded a little. We are now adding 5 Priority 2 basins to the administrative duties of Valley Water Collaborative. So we have the Eastern San Joaquin Basin, which encompasses Stockton, Delta Mendota, which is the west side of the valley, Merced, Madera, and tentatively, I think it's going to come in, though, is the Yolo Basin. And remember, Firestone, you read my mind. Lessons learned is what Valley Water is all about. We've been in operation for 4 years, 3.5 years, and the approach that we're going to use in these other basins is going to be identical to what we learned in Modesto Turlock. And as has been talked about, we collaborate throughout the Central Valley on all of our programs. We have monthly calls with all the management zones. We are all about learning how to do this best, because we don't have any programs we can go out and say, how did you get this done? Because this hasn't been done before. So it's been very helpful. Valley Water, though, is an administrative organization. Each of the basins, and go to the next slide, each of the basins has an advisory committee that was formed when we had our initial meetings, made up of the locals, similar to a board, but makes recommendations to the board on budgets and activities that are local to their area. We also have members of our board that are current Valley Water Board and advisors who are operating in these other basins. So we have a Valley Water Board member on almost each of the advisory committees that are in the other basins. You see these industry sectors that are represented here. So we make sure we have good coverage, and we're at this point, we're in the organizational stage. We're holding permit meetings. We'll be starting our community outreach meetings next month when we have the first draft of our preliminary management zone proposal. Next slide. So we scheduled our permit meetings, as I mentioned, the community outreach meetings that we'll be having here later this month and early in September. And then we'll have additional fall meetings as the preliminary management zone proposal is developed. Next slide. And the benefits of joining Valley Water is we want to take advantage of economies of scale. So our real drinking water implementation activities are well testing and providing bottled water. So we have vendors now that are serving our needs quite well. We're hoping that they can expand where they have service areas. We'll add other vendors for those functions as needed. And then we have great staff, some of them in our room here in the back of the room that are with us today that have learned a lot in these 3 years of answering phone calls, dealing with the vendors, and actually providing the services that make this program successful. And as I mentioned, we're learning from our Priority 1 basin experiences. The other thing that we've been able to do when we were able to get our SAFER grant is in the contracting process, we anticipated these Priority 2 basins joining, so the language was written so that our SAFER grant that we currently have, 5.5 million, is expanded now to these Priority 2 basins. So when we begin our sampling next spring, or in March, end of February, we're going to be doing all the additional contaminants. And then for the long-term solutions, these are all adjoining counties, adjoining communities. So it makes sense for us to pursue long-term solutions that could benefit multiple multiple communities in these various areas. So we see advantages there as we pursue state and even federal funding that we have. If you think about our footprint, we have a lot of congressional reps. We have a lot of state reps that we can call on, hopefully, to come to our assistance to try to secure the funding that's going to be needed for these long-term solutions. Speaking of SAFER, I have the results, Andy, if you want to hear that now. The results of our testing, we have sampled 718 wells since day one. We started the SAFER program about 18 months later. We offered to come back to the wells that we tested already, the nitrate wells. Not everybody accepted. So our total sampling so far of the multiple contaminants is 511 wells. And I'll start with the worst first. 50% of the wells have uranium exceedances. 16%, 50%, and that's 253 wells. 16% have 123 TCP, which is 83 wells. 6% of the wells, 31 wells, have arsenic. 1% or 7 wells have DBCP exceedance, and then none of the wells have EDB exceedances. So these are the contaminants that previous testing in our region had showed up in drinking water. So that's why we focused on them. So that's my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Vice Chair.
I'll just comment that that's helpful because I think it shows the value of the program. I mean, these are contaminants that would otherwise go untested. So thanks for the update, and continuing to provide that information, I think, helps to support the state investment. Thanks.
All right, can I make another comment? I think I totally agree, and I'm really appreciative that Valley Water Collaborative has really spearheaded helping us figure out how to collaborate between SAFER and the management zones and address this. I'm interested, for the regional board, just as things evolve here, there is more and more information about things like 123 TCP that the Region 3 is including in the Irrigated Lands Program, and even, I think, more information around uranium. That uranium's really high. That's pretty shocking that 50% have uranium in it. And maybe that's more around the groundwater pumping, but I know there's more and more information coming about some of the things that are happening to increase even naturally occurring contaminants, and just understanding how that fits into the regional board's regulatory program and how that continues to evolve would be good to follow. Thanks.
Thank you, board member.
Okay, to wrap up, we'll give a brief enforcement update, just a couple more slides to go. Next slide. For the salt control program, there are currently 739 of the active permittees in the program not in compliance. Non-compliance means that the permittee never selected a compliance pathway, or they're not up to date on their P&O study fee payments. The majority of non-compliant permittees, as you can see here, are within the non-15 program, followed by the confined animals facilities, about 23%. Next slide. For the nitrate control program, there are 99 permittees that are not in compliance, with the majority of the non-compliant permittees in the confined animals facilities, about 71%, followed by the non-15 program. Next slide. Since May of 2022, the compliance and enforcement staff have reduced the number of non-responsive dischargers in the nitrate control program. And for this fiscal year, 24-25, enforcement activities for non-compliance in both the salt and nitrate control programs will be prioritized. And as I mentioned earlier, our enforcement team is currently reaching out to those that are non-compliant And from latest enforcement activities, there have been some dischargers that have been responsive by paying their P&O study fees for the salt and control program. So the figure that I presented previously will need to be updated to reflect that. And I believe that wraps up our CV salts update. Thank you.
Thank you all. I really appreciate the thorough update and the conversation we've been able to have here at the dais around the programs and their importance, where they're at. I know we'll hear from environmental justice and local communities here in a moment, but looking to see further if there's any other comment from board members at this moment. And then seeing none, let's give ourselves a quick 10-minute break, especially for our translators, and really appreciate the translation services that are ongoing right now. And so let's bring ourselves back here at 11:55. Again, we'll have one additional panel, we'll take a lunch, and then we'll be hearing item number 7 after that. So thank you, everyone. See you here in about 10 minutes. All right, we're at 11:55. I think we can begin to bring ourselves back here. Appreciate everyone's time for an incredibly important topic that I appreciate having the time to be able to dive into. All right, I think we can begin and would like to hand things over to Kaya Rivers and Jennifer Clary. Good to have you both here with us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I'm Kai Rivers. I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center, and I'm joined by Jennifer Clary from Clean Water Action. Do I have control over the slides, or?
Just say next slide,
please.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm also joined by a handful of community partners from across the Central Valley to share their experiences with us. Next slide, please. And this is the outline for our panel today. We're going to be hearing, like I said earlier, from community partners from the Central Valley. We're going to go over the state board's direction within the Basin Plan resolution, the status of management zones meeting that direction within the nitrate control program, and then items requiring state water board oversight and also regional water board action. Next slide, please. All right, first I'd like to turn it over to Juan Solis Varga from Porterville, California. He's joining us from Zoom today.
And yeah, is he on the platform as an individual commenter, or is he coordinated through the Visalia Community Water Center office?
He should be an individual commenter.
Okay,
No,
I don't
he's
think
not
we're
present right now.
seeing. I don't think we're seeing them on the platform. There is someone that is signed on as iPhone, but then otherwise everyone else is named, and I don't believe we see them. And
All right, unless we can move to the Visalia office. I can pass it over to Angie Moreno from our office.
okay, thank you.
Hi, folks. Are you able to hear us?
We are. Thank you.
Oh, good. Are we ready? Hello. My name is Angie Moreno, and I'm from the Orosi area, and East Orosi and Cutler. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about living with nitrates in my home has required us to take extra precautions to ensure our health and safety. We have implemented measures like using filtered water and testing our water supply to keep our nitrates level in check. What we have to go through with nitrates has taken a toll on our families' lives. We don't use the water for cooking or drinking, and we have to rely only on filtered water, which is provided to us by self-help. My well range from 16 to 17 on nitrates. I can't wait to live our lives like normal people without nitrates. We need to stop polluting our drinking water as soon as possible. It's a shame what the polluters have done, and we need to hold them responsible and accountable. We have friends that have drilled new wells in my community that have spent thousands and thousands of dollars, and only to find out they have nitrates. How long can we keep living like this? Let's take action and use all our resources now. We are better than this. We deserve better than this. Let's find some type of solution and let's get this nitrates problem taken care of. And we can't wait 30 years. I mean, that's so unheard of. So please, let's work together and let's come to a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. And then also in the Visalia office today, we have Tatui Montez coming from Visalia, California. So I'll pass it over to him.
I'm Tatui. En respeto, with respect, permiso and perdón. You know, with respect, I ask permission and apologize if I may offend anybody. Yesterday I was on the phone with a 92-year-old man. Grew up in the Brawley area. Now lives in Early Mart. Has been up and down the state. He remembers at 7 going and getting his drinking water from a river creek that ran by his house. I'm 70 years old and I remember I could just walk a quarter mile from my house, just about, and there was First River and also the St. John's River. And didn't have no worries about drinking the water out of that river. I live in the home that my mother pretty much brought me to when I was about 3 years old. We lived next door. Cal Water provides my water, so I'm not too concerned in a big way as far as nitrates in my water out of my tap. My sister lives about 5 blocks. She is. I say that because took a lot of fighting, like that old man said, 92, and still the fight and the struggle continues. So back in the day, they passed the Clean Water Act, you know, that water was a human right. And we got safer, and we got Sigma, and we got the GSAs and the GSPs. And one of my first questions and concern is, you know, monies for that, would they get siphoned on by big industry, ag, or institutions? Instead of going to communities of color that are typically suffering a lot, or disadvantaged communities. I'm learning some of the lingo, and I heard of quite a bit today. A lot of lingo. Again, I was looking at something, the legal limits for nitrates. The legal limits. What happens, this continues with the illegal limits. That after we have Sigma, after we have all these, after all the data that was presented, and, you know, I feel like a court of law, you know, courts and authorities and mitigated and aggravated. You know, people might get fined. Is that part of the solution, you know, too? Because if people continue doing this harm to the communities because of their health, damaging their health. I was looking at something that legal does not necessarily equal safe. So solutions. Best way to ensure clean tap water is to keep pollutants out. And some of those GSA and GSP plans haven't been really addressing the groundwater solution. A lot of talk, a whole lot of talk, a lot of lingo, some good legal lingo. But for me, common person, just common, I want to say, and I'll say, you know, I have to judge it by just keeping it real simple. Causing harm, continues to cause harm, is going to continue. And how do we come to a solution? How? By being honest, being open-minded, and being willing. H-O-W. Honesty, open-minded, and willingness. And guess what? Some people just have a lot of lingo. They're going to try this and try that, try this and try that. Not much doing. That's what my community hears. Why should we believe them? Been asking all these years, decades. That 92-year-old man knows what he's talking about, in a sense. So I just want to say that much about that because it's been a long morning, and you all don't want to hear me. I don't know if I keep it simple to say, you know, I ain't here to insult you. That's not my intent. That's not my purpose. I just know that some things at times we zip it, don't say something, and then we have our palabra, we have our word, and we have the plática. We have to tell our story, and we have to say, and voice. Sometimes even if people don't want to hear it. I'm just going to say that much about that, and look forward to having some lunch. And I hope you all enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Montes.
Thank you, Tatui. And then I believe that the iPhone on the Zoom platform is Juan. So if we could go back to him, that would be great.
Definitely, thank you. We'll unmute the iPhone.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Juan, and I'm from Porterville, and I belong to the community of Tulare County. I had to deal with the dry wells when all my neighbors' wells went dry around me. And another issue that happened, a lot of people signed up to city water, and when they did that, they shut off they put a cap on their wells. So now my community has a little distrust with the water boards and the state. And on top of that, the city water does pass under contaminants, but they're very low, but they're still there. And that obviously underlyingly affects your health. And then right here in my neighborhood, the nitrates are low for private wells, but I mean, they weren't there always. So there is a few farms around here, and I feel like they are contributing a little bit to that. So we're not talking about what we're doing to clean that water that is being polluted. And on top of that, I think that this 30-year timeline, if you guys do enact it, it's going to put pressure on the state to ensure that the board puts forth a plan of action to do something about all this, because there's been a lot of talk, but not a lot of actual work being done.
Thank you, Juan.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to share my appreciation to the community members, to Tui, Angie and Juan, who took the time out of their day to share their experiences with us. And I also want to highlight the board's responsibility to really make sure that this program upholds the human right to water and the racial equity resolution that was passed a bit ago. Next slide, please, and I'll pass it over to Jennifer.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers, and thank you for coordinating the community voices to be here and be part of this discussion. I know it's hard to be able to really participate in person. I know oftentimes, and even just in our processes, there's a lot, as Mr. Montes says, a lot of lingo and a lot of acronyms and technical specificity about these programs, but that human connection to the community, to those that are most impacted by these discussions is really critical. So just thank you. And thank you for the community members for being able to be part of this discussion and being able to provide the board their perspective. It means a lot. Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Clary. I'm the California Director of Clean Water Action, and I've been involved in CV salts for 15 years. So the idea that I have to wait another year and a half before I start a 35-year timeline, well, clearly I'm not going to live to the end of it, or else I'll be totally gaga, who knows. But so for that reason alone, I'd like us to speed it up. But just to go on, I just kind of want to refresh everyone's memory about how we got here. So the regional board and the dischargers have had this process that we've been engaged in since, 2008, 2009, and came up with a plan that we found to be wholly inadequate. We came to the board because they had to approve it, and we negotiated for months with the regional board, the state board, EPA Undersecretary for Water, the dischargers, and we came up with a resolution requiring some changes to the plan and really stating some priorities. Next slide, please. So what we want to do when we're looking at a management zone implementation plan, we want to look at how it compares to what we already said we wanted, what you said you wanted. And so that's what we've been looking at. And so the big thing is when we started this, we were looking at the fact that nitrate contamination was getting away from us. It was increasing faster than we could find solutions for it. So we said, well, we need to look at source water protection. We need to figure out how to stop the pollution and clean up the basins. So the safe drinking water is a huge piece of this because people need to be made whole while we're trying to figure this out. But equally important is trying not to impact more people, give us a chance to catch up, and to figure out how to make the basins over time compliant. And believe me, my organization has worked on mercury for decades, so I understand the slow time it takes to make things work. But we have to start taking action quickly because the longer we take to start moving the needle, the more problem we'll have to solve. So anyway, restore basins, reduce nitrate loading, two primary pieces of the resolution. Kaya.
Next slide, please. And then the other part of the resolution was really getting at the immediate solutions, the interim solutions. So first of all, identifying residents with nitrate contaminated wells and providing them with bottled water, and making sure that management zones meaningfully consult with impacted communities, not only just for the early action plans, but also for the management zone implementation plans for the development of the plans and implementation of the plans moving forward, and having that outreach overviewed and with oversight with the Regional Water Board as well. Next slide, please. And then also in the basin plan resolution, management zones are required to ensure that there is adequate funding to implement long-term drinking water solutions, even without the availability of public funds. Also, the requirement to ensure that nitrate discharges end as soon as possible, no longer cause or contribute to exceedances of water quality objectives as soon as possible, but with the maximum timeline of 35 years, and to avoid the practice of volume-weighted averaging as a way to determine compliance in order to prevent the development of hotspots of nitrate within groundwater basins. Next slide, please.
My turn? Great. So again, the resolution says we need to take all reasonable steps to reduce nitrate loading. We need to establish quantifiable milestones and schedules. And it's great we have to re-up the permit every 5 years, but what does that mean? And I appreciated hearing the Region 5 director explain that to us. But the other thing we need is we need something enforceable and implementable when the permits go into place. And I appreciated Member Firestone making that. And then having a final date for meeting water quality objectives, because right now they kind of have the first step figured out and then things kind of peter out. So it's not clear to us when we're going to be meeting compliance for each category of discharger. And then also remember future impact on water systems. So it's great that we have this initial focus, but eventually we're going to have to focus on everything. And I think we want to be sure that that's happening in a timely fashion. And I would point out that the timeline for doing an investigation, it reaches the end of the SAFER programs. The idea that it's going to take you 5 years to just investigate the problem when, we've got this needs assessment coming out every year, it seems to me that that investigation is already done. So we can probably speed that up a little bit. Also, I just want to mention something that was brought up in Tessa's presentation, or no, the other person. The Corona report, really appreciate your referencing the report because we had to pay real money to Corona to get that done. The 7,000, we estimated that there would be 7,000 people impacted by nitrate contamination in the priority 1 basins. That isn't the total number of domestic wells. We estimated that 40% of those wells would be contaminated with nitrate, and that would come out to about 7,000 people. So the fact that they've tested 7,000 wells is great, but really we want to find, that means I think they're providing safe drinking water for about 2,600, or was it 1,200? Well, anyway, they still have a ways to go. So just to say, we appreciate them saying that. The other thing is that data is about 4 years old. So as they've been doing this testing and have been reaching out to people, we ought to have a better understanding of how many domestic wells there are, where the data is incorrect, and where we're having additional contamination where we didn't expect it. And I think it moves over to you, Kaya.
Yes, next slide, please. And then like Jennifer mentioned earlier, we really want to compare the progress that management zones are making when implementing this program to what the state board has directed within the basin plan resolution. So next slide, please. We appreciate the efforts and the work that management zones have done so far when implementing their early action plans and identifying impacted residents. However, like Jennifer said, their majority of residents who are experiencing nitrate contamination haven't been yet identified by management zones. At this rate, with the amount of wells that have been tested so far and identified residents with nitrate contamination in their wells, it would take about 10 years for a majority of residents to be provided with an interim solution with their wells tested. So that really puts emphasis on making sure that there are long-term solutions in place and that those are successful. I'm mostly mentioning the nitrate reduction plans and basin restoration plans, since that is our ultimate solution to make sure folks have safe drinking water under this program. Additionally, the State Water Board resolution also directed management zones to meaningfully consult with residents and impacted communities when developing and implementing early action plans, MZIPs, like I said before. This consultation didn't happen when developing the early action plans. Unfortunately, also didn't happen when developing the management zone implementation plans. So we need this consultation to happen for management zone implementation plan implementation, specifically for basin restoration and nitrate reduction, not just looking at long-term drinking water solutions, but for the entirety of the plans. Also within the management zone implementation plans, management zones rely on public funding to implement long-term drinking water solutions. It's unsound to do this considering the the status of public funding at this point. We're in a deficit. SAFER is set to sunset in 2029, I believe, coming up soon. And there needs to be a funding plan if that public funding isn't available. And we also ask that management zones look at public water systems, future public water systems, especially, like Jennifer said, if contamination continues for the proposed 35-year timeline, public water systems will continue to be impacted. Next slide, please. And then lastly, the State Water Board has also directed management zones to establish milestones and timelines, and the proposed milestones and timelines, or milestones for nitrate reduction, aren't appropriate, specifically for having acceptable A-R or A over R ranges for nitrate discharge. Management zones proposal will take 20 years, and it's neither aggressive or justified, considering the fact that there are no new technologies needed to really meet those milestones. So we would like to see that accelerated. Next slide, please. Pass it over to you.
So just thinking about some things you might see us again over.
I think you might need your mic.
Sorry about that. Some things you might see us again for. This idea of using the township level targets as a compliance mechanism is quite similar to the assimilative capacity that the board decided they didn't like in the original basin plan. So in that case, if you recall, the idea is that you'd measure the overall nitrate concentration over a management zone, and then whatever the delta between that concentration, and the water quality standard would be the assimilative capacity. And you rightly said that that was not a good idea because you have the potential to have severe hotspots. So what they basically have done is they've shrunk it from a management zone to a township, which of course is 23,050 acres. And they said, okay, well, we'll do these water quality targets over that zone. We have two problems. One, it's not an individual discharger. And two, you're once more averaging and you have the potential for hotspots within that township. We haven't yet seen the plan for identifying and mitigating those hotspots. And then the idea of meeting the water quality objectives in as short a time as practicable. Something I keep hearing that maybe you guys can clarify because I'm still not understanding it, is that sectors are required to meet nitrate load reductions on the same timetable. This is something I've heard a couple of times. Maybe Patrick can clarify that, but that's not how it works. How it works is every sector gets a timeline and goals and milestones that they have to meet. So if you've got a sector that can meet the milestones in 10 years, then that's how soon they'll comply. So I just want to clarify that, and it might be good for the board to make it clear that that's how they read the management, how they read this. And, we had the same concern as you, Member Firestone, in thinking about, we found the plans to be inadequate and have a pretty extensive letter that I'm sure you can all find online. So how do you bring them up to scratch? How do you actually make them adequate as part of developing these permits? So, next slide, please. Next slide. I always forget to do this with PowerPoints. So first of all, community capacity building. We were told there wasn't time to do it for early action plans. We were told there wasn't time to do it for management zone implementation plans. And I know there's been significant amount of outreach done to give people safe drinking water, but no one's actually asked folks, what do you feel like, what is a long-term solution for you? How would you like, what impacts do you find acceptable from ag so that ag can continue being an economic force? So you haven't had those conversations with the people who are impacted. So we really need to figure that out and create that community capacity building effort. You need to create a plan for long-term solutions that doesn't say, well, we're going to try to get money for this, but really says if the money's not available, we have to fix it, and this is how much it costs. And it also needs to be faster. It needs to be realistically on some schedule similar to the schedule that the Water Board has developed. And then we need additional justification for this 35-year time frame. How can dairy be required to reach a balance, a nutrient balance in 10 years, but then still takes 35 to reach compliance? How does it take 20 years to meet A over R levels that we already know? So we really need to be realistic and smart in doing that. And then, so those are things we feel like need to be done right away, at least figure out right away. And then in the next, say within 3 months, we actually told them this 3 months ago, so I guess it's not going to happen. So what is the evaluation process? Like, how do we vet some of these key assumptions? And the one that we thought was a little interesting was the one that assumed a 40% volatilization of nitrate from dairies. This was the outcome of one study done in 2017, and 38% was the high end of the estimate for volatilization. I'm not going to use that word anymore. You should never use words more than 3 syllables. So anyway, that's what we're looking at. And is that, it doesn't make sense to make an assumption that extreme based on one study. You need to be conservative. So what other assumptions are in this document that we need to look at? And then we need to have a better, I guess the question is, if we're only going to review these items every 5 years, how aggressive do we need to be in what we require in that 5-year time frame? And then over the next year, and this is as they're developing the permits, we want to have a process to really define what the metrics are so that we can understand what compliance looks like for every discharger type. And then we also want an updated monitoring program that fills the gaps. And for instance, the restoration piece, we keep hearing a lot about monitoring, but if you've read the restoration piece, you probably blinked and missed it. But it basically just says we're going to coordinate with the GSPs, which is great. Or the GSAs, it's great. I'm happy. They've got a lot of water quality expertise. I think it would be a great idea, but haven't heard how they're planning to do it. Are they providing feedback on the recharge plans that are being proposed by these GSAs? Excuse me. And so I think we need to really work on that a little bit. And I think that was all we had. Did you have anything you wanted to flip?
No, sorry about that. I also wanted to emphasize and elevate what Board Member Firestone said earlier about making sure that management zones are coordinating with stakeholders when conducting planning for long-term drinking water solutions. It would be great for that coordination to accelerate planning timelines. That 5-year timeline for some identified focus areas can be accelerated with coordination. For example, I know that we're really working with West Goshen Community Water Center. They're far along. Would love to see what management zone support would look like in instances like that. So thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you both. I really appreciate the feedback and opportunity to contribute to this discussion. I think what would be helpful on that last point is for a couple of projects and communities to really be prioritized in trying to fold in the management zones and the expertise there to figure out how to start to continue to work better together and slot in the work that the management zones are doing, and build some confidence. And so, getting specific, figure out if there are a few projects out there in a few communities that can be just prioritized to just start meeting around. That way, with some confidence building and some specificity as well, we know how to maybe start to expand that out and have some economies of scale, but got to start somewhere. And I think that we're definitely at a point where, again, because of the SAFER program and because of the work that the state's doing, that might be able to try to unpack that at just the local scale, the very a granular scale. And I appreciate the thoughts and hear the continued need for urgency around the work, knowing that, and to your question and point, there are sectors that aren't, the 35-year, timeline here is like a maximum. It's not ultimately the ceiling by which it's a floor, it's not a ceiling. And ultimately, there are ways that I think we can be working, and certainly the board, dairy order and otherwise, here to help make sure that we're creating some firmer expectations. I guess just maybe on the hotspot in townships question, maybe kind of pivoting a little, and I really appreciate Mr. Palupa, you and Ms. Cleaver still being up here to be able to kind of have a little response and a back and forth. But what are the ways in which taking the township approach, we're not missing potential hotspots within those those township areas where and I know it's here a desire to try to really grapple this issue at best at scale, but how do we make sure we don't miss communities that maybe are seeing worse circumstances and within a township, hotspots, et cetera? What are sort of the tools maybe?
Yeah, no, I think the township level compliance is certainly one of the biggest issues that I know this board has been wrestling with. There are currently a couple ongoing petitions. It was addressed in the Central Coast Ag Order, certainly in our 2018 East San Joaquin Order. And I, know that that this board is reconvening, an expert panel to kind of go over the information that's been developed from the East San Joaquin Order to revisit kind of that issue and determine, what's the nature of compliance at that scale, at landscape level compliance. I think from the regional board's perspective, what we're doing with some of the essential elements of the management zone implementation plans is to synchronize the data, understanding that ag is about upwards of 90% of the nitrate loading within those townships. We have to find a way to make sure that the loading and the loading assessment is dealing with apples to apples comparisons. But that's not to say that everybody is on that 35-year compliance schedule. In fact, the most recent board meeting in April, I think the board floated the idea of setting that compliance schedule at a default of lower than 35 years to kind of set the targets at 25 years or perhaps even lower, and then say extendable up to 35 years. And the default for industries, as I mentioned earlier, especially the non-15 program, there are facilities that are close to complying. Those are essentially under a 10-year time frame as proposed in the management zone implementation plans. The other industries are on a 20-year compliance time frame, and those 5-year check-ins with the boards and the 10-year best management implementation timelines are really the board's opportunity to assess where the various industries are, whether new tools have been developed that could accelerate the compliance timeframe, and whether the board should adjust the compliance timeframe for the management zone as a whole, or in sectors of the industry sectors downward based off of new innovations that have happened in that area. I will say I did hear the comment that no new technologies are required for compliance. I do beg to differ there. The agricultural community, as it grows crops right now, cannot comply with the nitrate standard in a wide variety of crops. They are figuring out, and the reason that there's a long time frame for coming into A over R ratios is I think it would be detrimental to the valley as a whole if you just said, okay, well, the nitrate that you're applying right now to get a reliable, productive crop to feed the rest of the country is 40 pounds per acre. We need you to come to 20 pounds per acre next year. If you did that, you would see dramatic reductions in crop productivity across virtually all sectors of the agricultural industry in California. I think that is really the challenge. We don't have a out-of-the-box right now technology that would say, here's how you comply while maintaining productivity. And that's why there is an extended time frame for compliance built into the management zone implementation plans. Certainly our irrigated lands regulatory program is looking at that compliance time frame and saying, how do we drive this down? How do we find a way to maintain productivity and drive this down so that we can have clean water wherever you stick a well in the Central Valley? That's really kind of where the objective is. But it's a lot. It will require new technologies to get from here to there. I know that's a long way of answering that question, but I think those are the factors that we're trying trying to consider when we're coming up with timeframes. It certainly is not default, 35 years for everybody. See you in 35 years. We'll check back in and see how you're doing. It is industry by industry, sector by sector. The regional board is taking a hard look at the available technologies to continue productivity, to continue wastewater treatment plants, being a reliable way to process waste and protect public health. All of that is being considered, and then we try our very best to make sure that the applicable timeframes are as short as practicable for every single sector. I think that's, again, a long way of answering the question that we're looking at everything when we're developing those timeframes.
Appreciate that, Mr. Palupa. And, when it comes to the Ag panel, I know it's part of the questions there as well. And so hopefully, as we cast a wide net and bring in national experts, others, international as well, we get a better sense of where we are and what we can do sooner, faster. So absolutely. Thanks. Looking to other board members. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you. Helpful. I guess I overall want to say that, I think we really need to think about as holistically doing a bit of a reset on dynamics here, because one of the amazing things about CV Salts was collaboration, I think, between all the different sectors, EJ communities, and the regional board. And even just in terms of this dynamic, I don't feel like the collaboration has continued in the way that I think would help us all get better outcomes. And so I do think it's troubling that, management MZIPs were prepared without sort of a more collaborative process. And I think then as a result, you have a lot more critiques when you get to the public process because they weren't included collaboratively with, I think, the nonprofits that participated for over a decade in developing the overall program. I think similarly, just that when we're talking about the overall program, what I heard from the EJ groups was not ag should eliminate nitrate next year. I think it was very much a acknowledgement that we need to figure out how to get things to a place as soon as practicable and not have a default. And I am troubled by the way that I feel like things have not been inclusive. And I think this often is what happens when you have a program that goes back into a non-public process. In GSAs and GSPs, those are public entities. When you have coalitions, those are private entities, and there isn't a culture of collaboration with at least the NGOs that I think there could be. And as a result, I think what we've seen is a more formalized antagonistic process or that I think doesn't lead to as good outcomes. So I really hope that we can change that, because I don't think that helps anybody. I think that frankly, the bullets that were outlined by the EJ groups in the last two slides, they seem pretty reasonable to me in terms of, let's figure out a collaboration to review, so if we go, I don't know that you need to bring them back, but how are we gonna, a framework for development of restoration plans and inclusive process to ensure compliance by dischargers. Like, I think these are looking at how do we have a more inclusive process to be on the same page as to what's possible and what's not, and how we're going to get there, and also be transparent about, what is, are we waiting for 35 years? Are we doing, some may be ready in 5, and so we should be expecting that. How are we doing that in an inclusive process? And I feel like those are extremely reasonable and actually important requests that I hope we can follow up on. I am also just concerned because of the way that this program is structured, which is, unprecedented complexity and just, it's a huge undertaking. So this isn't faulting people, but I do think this is a recognition that, we're not, there's not clarity on what is acceptable and when we can move forward. And doing that, I think, in a collaborative, inclusive way will help everyone feel that confidence moving forward. But I certainly seems to me that the way that the NZIP process has happened so far has not been that, right? It's been a completeness and somewhat of a frustration, feeling excluded, and then having to sort of address concerns after completeness has been determined in a public setting without that, okay, but how are we incorporating these changes moving forward? So I'd like to figure out how we switch this to be inclusive and clear about what expectations are. I'll just say for me, I think there's been Herculean efforts to set up a whole brand new program, I think folks have been taking this very seriously and provided a huge amount of information and on time. And I think we're not getting the outcomes on even interim drinking water solutions that we need. And we need to figure out how to make that. I think the insight that at this rate, it's going to take 10 years to get to everybody is a legitimate concern. And frankly, I don't think we have a plan for long-term drinking water that I certainly feel like is adequate. And it doesn't mean that there hasn't been real serious work and effort gone into this, but it doesn't feel like there's been the substantive review and engagement on adequacy of this work and standards of what are the expectations that things need to meet and clarity on that. So and then us all working together on that. I think the state board has a really important role to play on the drinking water side. I really want to help us be able to do that. But I think we have more to do and a shift in dynamics that I'd really like to see.
I love that you're saying that. I mean, it's one of those things where we had that one misstep. I think there's been about 15 or 16 public processes that are open and transparent, and that a couple years ago when the management zone implementation plans were being developed, we viewed those at the regional board, and perhaps this is our kind of permit writing mindset of, okay, this is the permit proposal. This is a report of waste discharge that comes in from the dischargers. And, when we ask for a report of waste discharge, the consultants come, they prepare it, they put it in front of the board, and that's subject to multiple public reviews after that. That's how we framed it, and I know that was taken the wrong way. And since then we've had multiple public meetings, multiple open to the public executive sessions to try and fix that problem. So certainly we're being as open as possible as we work towards this. And frankly, despite the tone that you characterize, there are a few issues that are just really tough to overcome, and I think it's the ones that Jennifer is bringing front and center. The timelines, the aggressiveness, and the township level compliance, which I know is one of the biggest issues that this board is wrestling with. But I would love a reset too. I would say at many of our meetings, and certainly at the April meeting, we also heard from many voices in the community coming forward that were grateful for this program. People coming forward and saying, I have drinking water. I didn't even know my well was contaminated. I have drinking water. And I will push back a little bit on the 10-year to reach all the well owners. I think that's premised off of only 19% of the wells have been tested, at least kind kind of from the math that I've done. And that's not quite true. The Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and CV salts in Priority 1 tested a total, as you saw earlier, of 9,429 domestic wells in the Priority 1 area, when the estimate was there's only 7,000 people total that were going to be impacted within the Priority 1 area on individual domestic wells. And so there are a lot of people who have had their wells tested. Now, I don't know kind of whether the Corona report was wrong or whether the well testing has to be more vigorous. We have to reach, there are domestic wells out there. We know that we have to find, but I do think that these outreach efforts, the literal millions of contacts points that have happened over and over again, it's about as good as it gets. We'll continue to ask the management zones to do that work, but I can't imagine a role in which you're saying that these outreach efforts have been wholly inadequate, because they've been pretty solid.
I definitely did not say that. I definitely did not say they're wholly inadequate. I think they're Herculean to set up. But I also will say that say it's about 7,000 people on the Corona. What my understanding of what you all provided is that the only about 3,000, so less than half of are getting any interim water. So that's about half the people that are impacted are getting nothing. And so I think regardless of the exact numbers, which we could argue about forever, we're not doing enough to make sure that people without safe drinking water now impacted by nitrates have safe drinking water. And we need to hold ourselves to that standard, not just, absolutely. I think you heard me, I was complimenting the efforts that the management zones are doing to outreach. And I absolutely understand the huge effort that's put into that. But it's not the outcomes that we need to achieve. And in the same way that we need to make sure the SAFER program is successful and getting to make sure no community lacks safe drinking water, I think we need to make sure that that half the people in the area with nitrogen contamination aren't left with nothing after 3 years. And that's just an outcome that we all collectively need to be able to work towards. So it is not a critique of the effort that's been put forth. I think it's huge, but I think we need to figure out how we do justice to the problem and the people that we're trying to address, and we're not there yet.
And I do agree with you. And I think the number is somewhat misleading there, because again, about 7,000 of the 9,000 wells tested within the Priority 1 area were done under the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Those provisions that were set forth in the 2018 East San Joaquin order required notification and not replacement water. There is a checkbox on that notification form where many of those folks that have tested above the standard were indicated that, yes, we're also providing replacement drinking water. Again, many of those are farm families, many of those are farm workers. And so that is still kind of a blind number. We absolutely need to work to make sure that we know that number. But the number of folks being provided drinking water were the number of folks being provided drinking water by the management zones. We know that there are dozens of other programs, including the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and private owners, that are providing bottled water to folks in those communities. Is that the best solution? Not yet. We're not there. We need to know more. But I would say that, again, the numbers are really indicative of the fact that there is not a unified regulatory program to address the individual drinking water needs of private well owners in a hugely impacted region of the state. And I think we're doing our best to try and rectify that problem with the tools that we have at our disposal. And we can always do better. And I'll absolutely take all of that information and keep pushing the team to do more.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Well, this has been a really, it's been a long day so far, but I think we've had quite a bit of updated information. And I'll just say that each year I see improvement. Couldn't we do better? Absolutely. So rather than us at this level, dictating a specific year or number of wells, I think what we should do is just have a report back. In another year, you're going to be here anyway. I think it'd be helpful to kind of hone in on some of the areas that maybe you need to be responsive to. Because there's been, maybe specific comment, but then quite general as well. And so I'm not quite sure what I would recommend. I don't like to, at our level to micromanage, but maybe hearing back so that all the stakeholders can kind of know what to expect on, some key areas that you're going to focus on as the priority 1 and priority 2 and the program, continues to evolve and develop and see further improvements, but just looking at some of these targeted areas.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire, and then I can.
Yeah, I concur and appreciate the comments from other board members as well, so I won't go into much detail other than to say I really appreciate the approach you took today in going through the resolution that we adopted at the state board and flagging where there was direction and intention for the expectations that were set for the CV Salts program, because I do think that gives us a good template to look back on in terms of, are we making progress towards achieving those goals? If not, what's gone wrong or what needs to happen to course correct and get back on track. So maybe in a year, that's one element to look at, is to go back to the resolution, to look at some of those elements and to say, how are we doing on those, and be a little bit more concrete in terms of the actions and the needs in those spaces. So that's one area that I'd like to hear a little bit more on.
Absolutely. And I will note that, we had what came to be known as the first draft, right? That was presented to this board. We had the resolution saying, hey, go back and fix X, Y, and Z. We did that in a year, which was the quickest basin plan amendment we've ever done at the Central Valley, and came back, and thankfully the 2021 resolution by the State Water Board essentially said you complied with the policies that are applicable. And instead of a long list of requirements, it just said, great job, and approved that and sent that forward to OAL. So I'd like to think that we absorbed all of those directives, made all the necessary changes within the basin plan text, and then brought, a package that did receive your approval in 2021. But again, we have used that earlier State Water Board resolution, the first of 2, to significantly revamp the program. That's kind of what we're operating under right now. But we use it as a touchstone. I've got it on my desktop right next to our actual basin plan amendment to make sure that when we are looking at what the expectations were, that we're meeting everybody's expectations, and trying to make sure that the requirements are very clear into the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think some of this is how do we balance all the detail and the rigor and all the plans and all those efforts that are happening on the ground with the high level goals overarching. What are we trying to accomplish and by when? And making sure that we've got that right balance in the discussion, and that we're able to kind of digest all of those different issues that are before us. But appreciate the work that you've done.
Just really appreciate everyone's great contributions to today's discussion. There is an incredible amount of urgency, obviously, around this work. And to Board Member McGuire's point, I think it's balancing all the detail and technical work that certainly must go into these very complex challenges that face the community and us collectively, and the outcomes that we're looking for. And I think that, I agree, Vice Chair, that I think, next year, what we can look forward to, as I think we've seen each year actually, is a bit of iteration here, and agree with Board Member Firestone that it's important we keep the tone and the relationship central to all of us and all of us that are involved, knowing that, again, these are incredibly complex issues that impact the community writ large, the state writ large as well. and require just a thoughtful balance with a joint and combined urgency around the outcomes when it comes to the individuals and communities that are being impacted. And so just really appreciate everyone's just great work and continued contributions here. And I think what we can look forward to in this next year is an acceleration, continued acceleration of these discussions and additional specificity that gets us to those outcomes faster. So thank you. I know it's been here a long morning. We will now take about a 45-minute lunch. Oh, actually, I apologize. I have one commenter still left. I know we had our panel, but we do have a commenter and would like to then call up Bruce Hodeschelt.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Escabel. I'm online, and you know what? It has been a long morning, and you're hungry, and this has been very informative. So thank you. Nothing to add.
Thank you, Mr. Hodeschelt. Appreciate that, and thank you for being here and part of this discussion here today nonetheless. Okay, let's go ahead and give ourselves a 45-minute lunch. We'll come back here at 1:45, and we will proceed at that point on to item number 7. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and, importantly, the time for this critical conversation. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're at 1:46. We can go ahead and bring ourselves back in order here. I know Vice Chair should be joining us here momentarily, but we can get started. Appreciate everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch, and looking forward to the discussion now here on the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan.
Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel and board members McGuire and Firestone. My name's Mike Downey. I'm one of the assistant deputy directors here in the Division of Financial Assistance. I'll be doing most of the talking at the beginning, at least. With me is Deputy Director Joe Karkowski. I also have with me, starting today, Supervising Engineer Lisa Hong.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So she'll be...
What a way to start.
Yeah, and so she'll be overseeing the Clean Water SRF unit, Drinking Water SRF unit, Water Recycling Funding Program unit, a lot of the big names that are part of these IUPs. And then Tom Lawrence with our Office of Chief Counsel, providing counsel to DFA. Next slide, please. I'm just going to go over the schedule of how we got to today, and really going to focus on just high-level summary, public comments, and any changes that we made as a response to those public comments between when the draft was posted and today. So I'm not going to do a whole rehash of the intended use plan. Apologies, but if there's any additional info or reminders that you guys would like along the way, please don't hesitate to shout them out. And I know this is going to be maybe really complicated, but I kind of actually wanted to jump to the very end where we have a geographical distribution of projects, just because I feel like it's a nice overview and kind of big picture of what we're trying to do. And this is a large document that impacts the entire state of California. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. So next slide, please. So we just had a training from EPA on the SRF programs recently, and it's always surprising, the differences between California's SRF program and the other 49 states. And so, one of the big things is California, as you guys know, is a big state with a lot of diversity. So it's nice to me to see that the projects this year on the fundable list really do represent all 9 regions. So in a lot of ways feels like we're reaching the diversity of California with these funding programs. And next slide as well. So we're looking at the small community projects. Again, pretty good distribution across the state. Some regions a little more heavily than others, but those addressing the priorities in those regions. So just kind of that big picture view that I wanted to share before we make it hard on you and go all the way back to the beginning. So maybe slide 3. Yeah, thanks. So we did have our board workshop where we went into a lot more detail about the intended use plan for this year. And then the deadline to submit comments was July 15th. And today we're hoping that you will adopt the final IUP. Following that, we will submit this to US EPA as part of our final application step so that we can receive the federal capitalization grants for this year. Next slide. All right, so I'm just going to go through the comments kind of by program category. So starting off with Water Recycling Funding Program. You may remember at the workshop we talked about scenario A, B, and C, and those aren't in the draft IUP. Those were, hot on the heels of the 2024 Budget Act being adopted. So we just kind of put that out there as to get the conversation started. Those scenarios represented, how we should administer some of the water recycling grant funds that had originally been cut, and some of them came back to us. And so, anywhere from, hey, let's give it all to the projects that were originally going to receive 15 million, but were reduced when the funds were cut back, all the way to, let's give it all to new projects being added to the fundable list. So what I want to call out is this scenario D. It's not exactly what CASA and Water Reuse had submitted, but pretty close. So the concept there was, well, what if we fully fund the 2 small disadvantaged community water recycling projects, and then with the remaining funding, provide $3 million to projects that had already gotten, were on the fundable list last year and had gotten cut, and new projects. So what that would mean is some of those 4 older projects would get $8 million total. New projects would be limited to a maximum of $3 million. And so that's what that represents there. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read through all of these, but the comments that we received were on every possibility of what we should do with the funds, including that new scenario D example. And next slide. What we actually wrote into the revised intended use plan was similar to that scenario D. So again, the 2 small DAC projects, fully funding them, that results in 4 of the older projects having an $8 million maximum grant amount, where the new projects would have a $3 million maximum grant amount, and the ability to increase our planning grant back up a little bit to where we had been operating at for the last few years, so that investment in the future water recycling projects. What we also did was we put in a deadline of the end of March that says, projects have to have complete legal consultation if that's relevant, because it's a co-funded SRF, project, and you have to submit all your documents to be considered for grant funding this year. Because even with the split this way, there's not quite enough grant for every new project. So there is some urgency anyway built in, but we really thought it was important to make sure all these funds get committed this year. We've represented the legislature that we had use for these funds, and so we really wanted to put some urgency on there. I do want to point out the one thing we didn't do that was in the Water Reuse CASA comment letter was there's a provision that said, hey, and then any money that's not committed under that time frame, split that up between the older projects one more time. And so we did not include that in this year's IUP. If the board is interested in something like that, I think my personal recommendation is that would be a discussion for the 25-26 IUP. Putting that deadline on it will be right in time to say, hey, what funds do we have available moving into the 25-26 cycle of the year? But we're hopeful that it'll be zero because they'll all be committed. Next slide. A number of comments on stormwater projects. In general, that more stormwater funding is needed. And I know you've heard that there's a limitation to being having loans be available for stormwater projects, just that lack of pledge revenue source. Kind of conversation about that, concept proposals, maybe creating a separate application for stormwater projects. So not part of this IUP, but something that we'll continue to discuss and talk about. Might be aptly timed with potential Prop 4 in November that has some stormwater money currently included in that language. A comment about the overflow and stormwater reuse municipal grant program and opening that up to more projects, increasing outreach, and finally talking about the Clean Water SRF emerging contaminant funding, and hey, instead of transferring that to drinking water, could we use that for stormwater projects? So I'll respond to those on the next slide. So ultimately what we are proposing, we made an edit to the IUP, increase the total available principal forgiveness for stormwater from $10 million to $20 million. And again, put a deadline in similar to water recycling that says you have to get all the documents in, get that legal consultation completed by March. And I can't remember if I mentioned it. March is magical because we feel like that's enough time to get encumbered before the end of the fiscal year, right? And to show those commitments on the books. And so if any projects that do not meet that deadline, that funding would be used for small disadvantaged community projects because we see a huge need for those projects as well. And that's one way we can kind of share that principal forgiveness load. Emerging contaminants, an interesting comment. There is some specific federal requirements for that. You have to be on the contaminant candidate list that EPA puts out. But the better answer is that, hey, we're very interested if we think that there are some projects out there that could use those funds for this year. As I've mentioned before, right, we're putting together the IUP and it demonstrates that we have a need for the funds and that EPA should award us the capitalization grants. So if we can work towards identifying some projects and even getting we don't need a full application, but just being able to put together a list of projects, that's a great time now to start thinking about for next year's Clean Water SRF Emerging Contaminant Capitalization Grant, because maybe we don't transfer to drinking water if we're seeing another great use for those funds. But we haven't seen that yet, so we need to develop that. So that kind of goes with the last bullet there of, we'd like to increase coordination with CASQA and other agencies just in discussing, stormwater projects, potential funding, and what we can do about that. I didn't mention, but it was on the previous slide, that OSG grant, it has a matching requirement unless it's for disadvantaged communities. So that's why we've identified the disadvantaged communities for the first couple rounds. Also, that federal grant, it's great, it's a new one. It is, $5 million annually, so it's not quite the scale of some of these other capitalization grants. So just wanted to put that out there for context. All right, next slide, please. Which would be 9. Great, thanks. All right, small community wastewater. So kind of focused on the small disadvantaged communities. A lot of comments about dedicating all the principal forgiveness to small DACs. And increasing the available grant maximum. We also received comments about consolidation incentives and the fact that that was eliminated in the draft IUP. I'm not going to go into detail, but there's an $8 million small community grant that uses an in lieu fee that collects revenue from the Clean Water SRF program, and just comments about, hey, that'd be great if that was larger, we could grow that. And then similarly, what if we used the cleanup and abatement program for some emergency wastewater grant needs? Next slide. A few other comments to touch on. Prioritizing funding for DACs that received technical assistance in the past from the State Water Board. Had a comment about that. A couple project-specific comments from Fall River Valley Community Services District, and then also Wheatland and Olivehurst projects, wanting to fully fund those projects, make sure they're on the fundable list. And same for the Saboba Band of Luiseno Indians, wanting to ensure placement on the fundable list. So as we transition to the next slide, kind of general comment is that as projects that are eligible for funding become complete, we have the ability to add them to the fundable list. So for example, the Saboba Band of Luiseno Indians, as we're getting a complete application, they can be added whenever they're ready. So, today's decision isn't a limitation on them being eligible for funding. So what we did do, a couple changes. One was increasing the maximum grant for septic to sewer projects more explicitly. So instead of, kind of a $15 million grant cap with some deputy director discretion, calling out that it's $15 million for the wastewater treatment conveyance type projects, and $30 million for septic to sewer, just kind of makes that a little bit more clear. And then we also restored the loan consolidation incentive. And I think that's the important thing there is kind of focusing on the 0% loan incentive, because that's something that we know we can kind of control a little bit more. We know we'll have loan available, whereas the grant can come and go. And then wanted to clarify, no change to the IUP, but projects that serve two separate small DAC communities that would qualify could get funding for each community. So can't speak to Olivehurst and Wheatland explicitly, but that pathway does exist in the IUP, so we didn't feel that there's a change that's needed there to make that a possibility. And then just in general, when we're talking about metrics and process improvements, we're definitely working on those. We have an internal group that continues to focus on that, and then that's a large topic of conversation with our stakeholder advisory group as well. One other thing I wanted to mention is that we had kind of some more explicit goals and around timelines in last year's intended use plan. We're still a little bit at the front edge of rolling out all our data metrics to do some better tracking and analysis of that. But what I foresee is that we're going to include some of those performance metric analysis in our annual report. So, as part of the EPA requirements, we submit an intended use plan looking forward. We also submit an annual report which looks backwards. And so we're just kicking off our 23-24 annual report process. And I think it's been a few years, but to me, it seemed like something that could be a good informational item for the board. It doesn't need to be adopted per se, but kind of looking at some of those metrics and just the projects that are getting funded and the different things that EPA is looking at would probably be realistically, it wouldn't be completed till February of 2025, but we would have a lot of the technical data ready, in the fall.
I appreciate that, and actually I'd plus up that thought of actually having that. And as you actually make those changes and improvements to the reports going to EPA, I think it's important to give some thought to our performance report generally that we do each year, and just making sure there's consistency across, and maybe opportunity to better inform the internal performance report we have, just so that it's all kind of speaking to the same data and ultimately can reinforce each other. So, thank you.
Thanks. That's a great comment. Next slide, please.
All right, can I ask something about that?
Oh, sure.
Or maybe this is just, we're a step behind on the drinking water SRF, and there's certainly different circumstances with that, but we had, also a lot of conversations about consolidation incentives on the drinking water side as well. And I feel like some of both the comments and discussion around the consolidation incentives, as well as some of the comments around, do we need to look at adjusting what we're charging in terms of fee in lieu of interest? Those are things that, I think deserve more conversation, and I'm supportive of what's in here now. But I think as we're thinking about it, over the next year, and I'm not sure whether there's things that get incorporated into the actual policy, or if it's just lowercase policy discussions that happen as before the next IUP. I think just being able to kind of dig in a little bit more about, should we be adjusting the level of fee in lieu of interest to address the huge needs around small community wastewater, and also how do we set consolidation incentives that are realistic and can be a little bit more predictable over time and not see changes. One of the things that we discussed with the drinking water one was that, maybe we don't need incentives for consolidations of non-DACs projects, but, that's a different circumstance, and there's a huge demand, or not, there's demand for that isn't materializing yet here. All of this will evolve over time, but I just wanted to flag, as we're on this topic, that I think those are follow-up conversations over the next year that would be helpful to continue to flesh out with both internally and with stakeholders.
Thanks, Laurel. And I will respond briefly, just because the fee in lieu of interest is kind of a interesting one. So the IUP does give, it does mention it a bit in terms of, hey, we're going to continue to analyze and adjust. And so essentially we apply it to, deputy directors granted the authority to apply that where it makes sense. And because it's in lieu of interest, it doesn't have any impact on the borrowers. However, it does have an impact on the capacity of the program, right? So, but we have recognized already that it needs to be added to a few more projects just to maintain our level of collection, because as older agreements get paid off, then we have fewer agreements that are operating with that fee in lieu of interest. So we're already looking at some just to kind of maintain, but then the conversation of, can we expand that, gets into some appropriation authority, and that'll have a little additional conversation.
Yeah, just to add on to that, having been in a number of discussions with Department of Finance when we have BCPs, they would look at that sort of thing and say, well, look, we just gave you this GGRF funding, and there's this climate bond that's coming, right? So right now it's an $8 million appropriation, which isn't very much. But it is definitely worth looking at, because it's something, because we do know in a couple of years, or the way trends are going, that we're not going to get as much capitalization grant from EPA. So one question is, do we start sort of building that war chest, I guess, to make up for that, since, a lot of, or 40% of the principal forgiveness is coming from the CAP grant, and we're looking at, pretty big decrease in that capitalization grant in just a couple of years if nothing changes.
Hi, if I could just ask a clarifying question, could you talk a little bit more about the changes to the grant caps? It looks like you're proposing to increase the grant cap for septic to sewer projects to 30 million, but then for all the other small community wastewater projects, they would remain at 15 million. And then would they still have the opportunity to get deputy director approval to increase that to 25 million? Just a little clarification. And then could you just talk a little bit more about your thinking behind that change and why you're proposing it?
Yeah, thanks, John. So, well, first I'll say that the amounts are, kind of specific to projects that are in the queue now. And since this is an annual IUP, that is one benefit of having that flexibility. So I say that because the $15 million for kind of standard wastewater treatment projects looks to be about right for the majority of the projects on the fundable list. And where we saw that, we're really needing that deputy director discretion was almost exclusively for the septic to sewer projects. And so in order to just be a little bit more clear about, well, what does this case by case mean? Let's call it out and have it be separate. So 30 million, again, with the limited funding we do have available, obviously that plays a part in those amounts. But the 30 million seemed like it would be possible to do some of those septic to sewer projects. There are definitely some that are asking for a much higher amount, and a $50 million maximum still wouldn't be enough to get those done. So we're talking with applicants about are there some phases, are there some pieces that can happen, and so that's kind of how we settled on those two numbers, and changed it from like you mentioned, the 25 kind of soft cap to a 30 was kind of seemed like the right fit for the projects that are in the queue that we think would happen this year. So I believe we actually did take out the deputy director discretion piece, because that way it falls into those two categories. And so if something, that's going to be a hard line, unless we come back to you for a special case.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarification. Just again, I know with the budget changing, there's lots of moving numbers. I also absolutely understand that the septic to sewer projects are big investments. Those are big, challenging projects, and it's difficult to get funding in place from other sources, but not grants. So not here to poke at the needs are huge. And so really where I'm coming from a little bit, and my understanding is just trying to understand the needs of the small community wastewater systems that exist and where their project, financial needs lie, right? And is there a big demand there, and are we able to meet that? I remember very vividly the workshop and the chart you have with the bars and showing how the needs far exceed the amount of funding that we have. And so I just want to be very careful and just eyes wide open as we go forward here in making these types of balancing calls in terms of where the projects that we can fund and the extent to which we can fund them. So maybe this makes sense for this year. Maybe it could use some refinement down the road. These are all conversations I think that may be valuable to have as we press on.
I completely agree, board member. And here, I think we'll be dependent on what things look like on a bond, but then also what happens in DC when it comes to, again, the CAP grant and what we're actually able to continue to make sure we receive. And I know there's a lot of good advocacy going on by the division and ourselves and other states to try to make sure that we can adjust these more to a bit higher if we can get more coming out of DC. So appreciate that.
And thanks for the question, because I think it's probably worth reiterating from my end too that we're still proceeding there. Even with the priorities, there are many projects that fall into these priorities. I think we saw 48 kind of loan projects on the fundable list and 43 kind of small community projects on the fundable list. So still proceeding on a readiness to proceed basis as well, right? So there isn't I kind of mentioned I don't believe there's actually enough water cycling grant funding, even with the limits we placed for every single project. So it'll be important to move quickly. And the same thing on small communities. There isn't enough funding, even with the sharper objective on the priorities. And so we're going to move forward with the ones that can move forward now. And then we'll talk to you in 25, 26. So that brings us to kind of larger SRF programmatic plus loan kind of category. So one thing I did want to just disclose is we did update some of those project costs. We didn't do a comprehensive, but there were just a couple errors or known increases we were aware of. So the total estimated loan being around 870 million. It's a little bit higher than what we had originally talked about at the workshop. Believe that's still prudent to move forward with those, adding those 14 projects and start working on funding those and getting a head start, but a little bit higher than we were originally looking at. But does not change our recommended scenario. So next slide, please. Received a lot of support for loan scenario D, which is what I was just highlighting. received a few comments about Build America, Buy America, and concern about how do these requirements roll out. And I'm going to jump the gun on my response to comments and say, we're working very hard with EPA to try to get additional clarity on how it works together, especially among other federal funding. And so we believe we've received kind of initial clearance that, for example, with WIFIA funding, they have already received a waiver for Build America, Buy America. Can that apply to the project? So we're just going to have to continue working one-on-one with projects, get project by, case-by-case clearance from EPA, unfortunately. But it's looking positive, and we think that we're going to be able to do that for most of these co-funded projects should fall into that category, which also benefits us and the program and others if we can use projects that are already complying for our compliance as well. That just kind of helps everyone with the many requirements needed for the SRF program. And I guess the other thing I'll add is if for some reason, us applying some of these requirements, breaks the project, we're going to have that hard conversation. But what we're trying to do is initial now, what we're expecting and what projects should be anticipating so that we can have those conversations more in depth. And so I think that's already been helpful. And we've been having a lot of good conversations around that. So thanks for everyone's patience as this is the first surprise year of it rolling out. And so figuring it out together. Comment about presentation on SRF performance metrics. So my suggestion about the annual report kind of item, I think could tie in nicely there. And then, continue to get concerns about limited funding capacity with the high demand on the program, and also just agreement, disbursement timelines, and how we process. Next slide, please. Received some comments on Environmental Finance Center recommendations and how those are included or how those were not included in the intended use plan. General comments about the structure of the IUP and trying to make it a little more clear for each program what's available. A good question I thought about applications that were scored originally as complete, but there's a note in there that says, hey, you've got to submit all your supplemental environmental documents by a certain date. Otherwise, we're going to remove you from the fundable list. And then a comment, just a project-specific comment about how they were scored and what they thought the appropriate score was. So we can go to the next slide, but I'll segue with the those environmental documents. I'm not sure I have a bullet for that. But essentially, what we find is we want people to submit complete documents so that we can begin our review. We've tried to improve our own timelines by taking a look at some of those high-scoring projects earlier in the year, even before the IUP is adopted, to get a better comprehensive look. And so when we dig in, the things that can sometimes be missing are very project-specific supplemental documents, endangered bird surveys, cultural report. And so it's not something that every project necessarily needs. So when you kind of do a comprehensive look at what's a complete application, those are project specific, but we definitely need them to be able to consult with federal agencies. So the deadline we put in is if we can't get it by this fall, we really have no chance of completing environmental consultation with federal agencies this year. So we're going to remove you from the fundable list just from a practical standpoint. So we've already begun that outreach, and I think we've gotten a lot of the documents we've needed. So I think we're in good shape. But that's kind of trying to straddle the line of totally incomplete, you're out, you're not ready at all. When a lot of projects have done their due diligence, they've done a good job of getting what they think they need ready and complying with all the federal requirements. Does take some back and forth sometimes. As far as other changes, we did add update on efforts with the Environmental Finance Center and recommendations for the IUP. And I would say that the biggest update is we actually just were able to execute a contract with Environmental Finance Center to help us not only facilitate stakeholder advisory group meetings, but also do a further evaluation and flesh out some of the recommendations from the report a couple years ago. So we've been looking forward to that. Updated score for San Diego that will be reflected in next year's IUP in discussion with them. So no change to this IUP. I mentioned the BABA waivers already and our work coordinating with EPA on that and the WIFIA program. There was also a question, and it goes with Build America, Buy America, about equivalency selection. And so just use the opportunity, just because that is a change. We talked about it a bit at the workshop. So all of our applicants in the past were required to complete all equivalency, federal equivalency requirements. And that's because they were able to, but also because they're worthwhile. Build America, Buy America did change that because we can't apply Build America, Buy America to projects that aren't being reported as equivalency. And sorry, I'm kind of breezing over it. Equivalency is a very complicated topic. That's only SRF, and so it's a very SRF word. But we have to meet the requirements, the maximum requirements, in an amount equivalent to our capitalization grants every year. So because we have a subset of projects that need to meet that, we really need to identify who those are and give them as much heads up as possible. And again, this is where Build America, Buy America is really that leading edge piece. So trying our best to identify projects that it's not going to be a big burden for them to do that. At the same time, we definitely have to select projects. We were getting, with Bill, we're getting some big cap grants still. And so to meet programmatic requirements, we're going to need to pick some projects that don't want to comply with that requirement. And the reality is we're going to need them to stay eligible. So, trying to do our best to lessen the burden where we can, but probably can't eliminate it. And then finally, just continuing to work with stakeholders for process improvements, discussing loan capacity. Those are the two main topics of the stakeholder advisory group, in my opinion, at least for this, the Clean Water Subcommittee. And so continuing to make good progress there. And I already talked about the maps. So with that, I will open up to questions.
Thank you. I appreciate going over comments and adjustments made here to the intended use plan. I don't find myself with any questions at this point, but looking to fellow board colleagues in case. Hearing none at this moment, let's go ahead and go to our speakers. We have about 13 or so folks signed up to speak. And I'll just go in order of requests made. And our first speaker will then be Robert McDonald, who'll be followed by Debbie Rosales, and then Christine Compton.
Oh, great. I get to go first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I represent the CAP project, Carpenter Advanced Purification Project, one of the 6 projects that lost $10 million in funding in March. And we don't support option D, and it's quite frustrating. I have to say that my board is pretty upset, and I'll tell you why. In November of 2023, we believed we had $15 million in water recycling funding program money, and in March we were notified that the budget shortfall was going to cause a retraction of about 10 million of that 15 million. And then we reluctantly agreed, understood that, budgets are budgets, revenues are revenues. But we asked that the projects that lost the funding be prioritized if money became available. And I believe the board adopted the resolution, the change in IEP at that point to include that adjustment to the plan. And so, by my calculation, there were 6 projects. Each of us lost 10 million of the 15 million. And so that roughly equates to about $60 million that was retracted in an effort to, balance the budget. And then come June, we hear that there's an unexpected addition of $70 million to the water recycling funding program. And, I want to point out there's, the similarity in amount and kind of point out from, an outsider's perspective that it really looks like the retraction of the 60 million was an error in kind of calculating what the budget revenues were going to be looking like for the new budget. And with that understanding, it seems to me that it's really, the 70 million coming back into the program is really an acknowledgement of, apparently we didn't need the 70 million to be pulled back. But the problem we have now is that, and we understand, the staff's dealing with a lot of balancing of priorities and trying to make the program as effective as possible and spread the wealth. But it does seem like the money has been reallocated. 2 of the projects of the 6 projects did get full funding back, and the other 4, of which our project is one, received an additional 3 million, totaling 8 million. And so I guess mostly I'm here to express a little bit of frustration with the process. It seems like, a little bit of a, mistake turning into a reallocation of money. And so that's the first point I want to make. There was some, in Mr. Downey's presentation, there was some discussion about the deadline and potential funds becoming available again. And, I understand that, again, you have certain objectives to prioritize DACs and small communities. And we are, for all intents and purposes, a small community, but we don't qualify for that program. But, I would support something along those lines. I don't expect that you will be, at this point in time, be changing the proposed IEP, but I just wanted to express my thoughts on that. So thank you.
Thank you as well. I do sympathize and hear, I know that we're doing our best is to respond to a pretty dynamic budget situation and here maintain the board's general priorities and try to keep some fairness across these funding years. So just want to acknowledge that frustration, Mr. McDonald, and hopefully here even with this this decision on the split, which we did our best to support a consensus decision that was brought forth by CASA and water reuse. It still maintains an ability for you all to move forward with your project, knowing that the grant dollars are really needed ultimately to help ameliorate the impact to rates and communities. So just thank you. And I equally express here frustration in that we're not having enough resource to be able to fully fund and commit to what folks are needing out there. So just thank you for that, Mr. McDonald. Thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Debbie Rosales, and it'll be followed by Christine Compton, and then Joseph Draper.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and distinguished members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the Clean Water SRF Intended Use Plan for the state fiscal year 24-25. I am Debbie Rosales, and I'm the financial analyst with Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. I'd like to start by expressing our appreciation for the State Water Resource Board's staff's efforts in working with our district throughout the SRF application process. Receiving an SRF loan, water recycling loan, and water recycling grant provides critical funding that will allow completion of our Pure Water Las Virgenes Triunfo project. When complete, this project will provide up to 2,500 acre-feet of local water supply. As noted in our comment letter, Las Virgenes Municipal Water District supports adoption of the SRF funding scenario D with a cutoff score of 12, providing funding to 14 important projects throughout the state. We believe that this scenario best balances the competing needs and goals of the board, and also is consistent with your board's previous funding strategies and provides predictability for agencies. Although LVMWD supported funding scenario A as presented on July 2nd for the additional $74.5 million in funding to the water recycling grant program in our comment letter, we understand the board's focus on providing full funding to disadvantaged communities while still increasing grant funding to new critical projects throughout the state, and appreciate staff's recommendation to increase funding for our project. West Virginia's Municipal Water District is concerned about the new language adding the March 31st deadline, and while we are committed to working diligently with staff to meet this deadline, we believe there should be flexibility for an agency's diligence in working to execute agreements with board staff. We remain adamantly opposed to scenario C as presented on July 2nd, as this option provides no additional funding to 8 critical projects throughout the state. And finally, we appreciate the new effort to assign specific projects portions of the federal capitalization grant, and that if a project is already required to comply with Build America, Buy America provisions, they should also count towards Clean Water SRF equivalency. We understand that our Pure Water project is considered an equivalency project for the SRF program's compliance with BABA requirements. Our Pure Water project, which is currently in the process of closing a WIFIA loan, has a confirmed BABA waiver from WIFIA that we are requesting be honored by the state in consideration of the SRF funding. The state's failure to honor the existing BABA waiver could add cost and time to the project that will threaten the district's ability to meet regulatory discharge requirements that the project is addressing, as well as threaten the viability of the project due to escalating project costs and constraints that BABA would impose, which will significantly impact rates to our customers. We are committed to working with your board and EPA staff to confirm our BABA waiver. Again, I would like to thank the board and encourage adoption of the fiscal year 24-25 state revolving fund intended use plan. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales. I appreciate your comments here and continued work here with Las Virgenes, and note taken on the BABA waiver request, given its waiver already with the WIFIA loan that you're anticipating. But, you know, again, as you heard, we also have to figure out which projects we apply some equivalency toward in order to be able to meet our requirements as well and to receive the CAP grant. So I know that's kind of the balancing consideration here, but definitely, again, noted the comment on that, and just appreciate your contributions here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Christine Compton, be followed by Joseph Draper, and then Brenly McKenna.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm so sorry I'm not with you physically today like I normally would, but thank you so much. On behalf of the Irvine Ranch Water District, I want to thank you and your staff for recognizing the consensus approach recommended for the recycled water grants. I would like to just ask the board to consider amending the resolution when it comes to the rollover projects. Part of that consensus approach was the idea that the rollover projects, if others fall out, would be given priority for any funds that might be available for a project not moving forward out of this package. And so we would ask that the board consider modifying the resolution to give that authority to the director to allocate those funds. If the board chooses not to do that today, we do understand, but we would ask that direction be given to staff to really consider making those projects whole in the next IUP with, if projects do fall out. We absolutely recognize, as I shared with you in July, when you all were hearing this item, we recognize that there are limited funds and that there are lots of projects, but we also want to make sure that there is integrity, that when projects are given an award and we all fight to make sure that the funding is maintained, that those projects can count on the award that they're given. We understand budget situations and everything else, but just wanted to make that request before you today. And again, thank you all for listening to the community and the consensus approach as we have tried to all collectively work towards moving recycled water projects forward in the state and maximizing the amount that we're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Compton. Appreciate that, and glad that again that we have ultimately virtual participation options so that folks don't have to always be here in person, but appreciate your contributions here. I guess on that request, I mean, is it the thought, and even if it's not necessarily included in the resolution language, that you would look to try to make those projects whole, or at this point, kind of seeing what the feeling is if projects were to drop out, where those projects, like Carpinteria that had, greater commitment prior, if they would sort of be given some priority, or what the feeling is right now from staff?
Yeah, I think the two comments I would make is that, and even this year with the IUP, it is not a commitment of funds when you're listed in the fundable list with estimated amounts. Obviously, the unexpected budget year obviously made some impacts. So just as much as it's kind of unprecedented to reduce that amount maybe halfway through an IUP, I think it's also unprecedented to be looking back at projects after they're executed and increasing funding. That's been a hard line that we haven't done as a program before. So I do think it would be it's worth consideration. At what point do we stop looking back and we're looking forward as we continue to solicit, and we know there's a lot of demand out there. So that's my initial thought, but it definitely could be a conversation for the next IUP. I think it's also hard to kind of contemplate that, and that's one reason even going into the year without the Budget Act adopted, hard to contemplate when we're, what kind of amounts are we talking about? Very plausible that there's no dollars available. Maybe there will be some, so I think that could impact the board's decision as well.
Yeah, Chair Escobar, I wanted to second what Mike was saying, because again, we could end up in this loop if the climate bond passes. Then do we go back and give supplemental funding to other water recycling projects? It's actually in tension with our everybody's desire that we streamline and get through applications faster if we're continually sort of going back and revisiting our funding decisions and making changes. It's going to be very difficult. It's the same staff, same technical staff, same administrative staff. So unless there were a compelling, real compelling reason, like, there's, such a huge impact on the rates, the customer rates, that makes them unaffordable. It's hard to see a good policy justification for us to get into that practice.
Appreciate that balance in the consideration, and yeah, I appreciate the response. Next, I'd like to call up Joseph Draper, then Brenly McKenna, be followed by Bill Zanoni.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and Water Board members. My name is Joseph Draper with the California Stormwater Quality Association, or CASQA. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed adoption of the SRF IUP. Also, I appreciate staff's review of the draft IUP revisions and the response to comments that were provided earlier. So CASQA has previously provided comment at the July 2nd workshop, as well as provided a comment letter on the draft IUP. These comments were primarily focused on restoring the stormwater principal forgiveness amount to $40 million from the $10 million amount proposed in the draft IUP. We do acknowledge and appreciate that the proposed final funding amount was increased to $20 million. As mentioned in our comment letter, the issues in demand for stormwater projects and awarding funding for stormwater projects has to do with the process for stormwater agencies to obtain this funding. Notably, a process for stormwater agencies to apply for principal forgiveness funding was not established or communicated, and the application itself is a wastewater application, and this makes this confusing and difficult for stormwater agencies. So this is all to say that stormwater funding is needed, as evidenced by the Clean Watershed Needs Survey, and there are systematic issues in getting this funding to stormwater agencies. We hope that the state is committed to making changes so that the stormwater infrastructure can get the funding it needs. As stated in our comment letter, we request creating a call for projects for stormwater, creating an application designed for stormwater projects, and increasing communication and outreach to the stormwater community. Doing this will ensure stormwater agencies are made aware of the funding and can understand the process for obtaining that funding. And CASPRA is committed to working with the State Water Board to remove these barriers in accessing the SRF for stormwater projects. That concludes my comment. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak to you today.
And thank you for those comments and contributions here, Mr. Draper. I'm glad we were able to make some adjustment here in this IUP. And when it comes to the request from CASPA for, again, a more tailored application, perhaps a call for projects, glad to continue to work with you all on seeing how we can continue to elevate. Certainly, we know the need for stormwater projects, but also getting them in the pipeline here for funding. So just thanks, appreciate the contributions.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Brenly McKenna, be followed by Bill Zanoni, and then Mary Jane Griego. Oh, sorry, it's a cold mic. It's a bottom on the, yeah, put.
There we
Button on
go.
the bottom.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. It's so nice to see you all in person. I'm Brenly McKenna from Water Reuse California. And I'd first like to start by thanking the board and the staff for working with us so closely on this and being so responsive. We really appreciate all of their efforts. My comments are focused on two areas. First is the SRF portion of the IUP. And we believe that the State Board and Water Reuse California are aligned in the SRF portion. We look forward to working with staff to ensure a timely execution of the funding agreements, and we'd also look forward to working with you all on the equivalency requirements. We believe that there could be some streamlining done in the application process that would hopefully ease the requirements during the application. So that's one area. The next, for the water recycling funding program, we appreciate the recommendation to adopt our joint proposed option D, as we're calling it with CASA and Water Reuse California. We didn't come to this decision easily, as you might imagine, and as if you've heard from some of our members. This was difficult to reach for projects that had received funding, specifically Carpinteria, San Francisco PUC, Irvine Ranch Water District, and West Bay. These projects all lost about $10 million and are getting $3 million back. So we didn't come to this easily, but we do see this new approach as option D as a balanced approach with funding the disadvantaged communities, new projects, and restoring some projects to the previously funded projects. So we see this as an elegant solution to a challenging budget year. So we would like to ask, as previously stated in some other comments, that we consider funding being reallocated if it's available from funding coming back to the program if projects drop off. That funding be restored to those previously agreed upon projects from those projects above the line, or potentially reviewed in the 25-26 IUP or the 26-27 IUP. And lastly, we wanted to also address the concerns around that March 31st date. We do believe that this could be challenging, and that increased flexibility would allow for the potential back and forth when these funding documents are submitted. There's often this back and forth, and so we see this as an opportunity to grant some flexibility and to make sure that we don't run into this again. And so that way those projects don't have to come back in the previous or in the upcoming year. So again, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all and for working with us and with CASA on our comment letter. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate the consensus building that you all did and trying to craft as fair a solution as possible to, again, challenging budget times for sure. Maybe just by a quick check-in, deadlines are really important to get folks to really, commit, get their work done. And so I support us having that March 31st deadline in there for sure. But I guess how firm of a March 31st deadline and how much, flexibility do you have? Say it's like a week or, I don't know what's fair ultimately. And here, again, being actually very supportive of having firm deadlines because it really does motivate and allows us to kind of move forward. But just kind of wondering how firm of a deadline do you have flexibility there on?
I would say it'd be great to have a very firm deadline with March 31st, because it'll do a couple things. One, it'll inform us of what funding will be available, as we're preparing the following year's fundable list. I mean, it's kind of late to know, but, we can pivot, before we put out a draft. And it's also kind of like the last possible deadline for potentially encumbering funds and, having that actual hard commitment, getting on the books with that potential to execute by the end of the fiscal year. But even if it's not executed, that encumbrance, that commitment, shows up in other ways with Department of Finance and other agencies. So, I guess the deadline that as proposed in the draft IUP is around the water cycling grant funds. So this isn't saying, you're kicked off the fundable list for all time, but hey, if you want to get these funds this year, you've got to meet that deadline. Otherwise, they may not be available. And I think that's generally always true, that if, it's a readiness to proceed and you got to be on the fundable list to play. But I think that's just kind of a reiteration of that. So for projects that are only requesting grant funds, I foresee that deadline being very possible because we can avoid federal requirements. There's really a streamlined approach there. For maybe some complex projects with an SRF loan, it may be more challenging. And so that may be something that needs to be weighed, but I think that'll really give us a lot of clarity so that the board can make some decisions going into the next fiscal year, and not feel like, well, there's kind of these funds that are like soft, feeling like they're soft promised to other projects, right? It'll just provide a little bit more direction and clarity to everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And actually, I wanted maybe OCC to confirm, but the way it's written now is it says that applicants unable to meet these deadlines may not be considered for the grant funds. So it's written permissively versus, saying will not be considered. So I interpret that to give some limited discretion, right? Doesn't open the door wide open in my mind. But if, Mike and his team come to me and say, hey, we're, a week or so out, I see that as, is somebody going to correct me?
Sorry, Mr. Kurkowski.
That's all right.
With the may not language under ordinary rules of statutory construction, that actually would divest the authority for others to receive it. But, we can listen to what the board has to say, and if they would like some additional flexibility, we can play with some options.
That's helpful. Thank you both. We'll continue to hear from folks and see what the mood at the dais is at that point. Next, I'd like to call up Bill Zanoni, be followed by Mary Jane Griego, and then Ben Fine.
There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Bill Zanoni, City Manager for the City of Wheatland. I spoke before you last September and again at your July workshop. So I appreciate your time this afternoon. You've received our comment letter, so I'll try and be very brief. The City of Wheatland and Olivehurst Public Utility District have been coordinating over the past 5 years to plan a regional wastewater system for South Yuba County. This project will allow for decommissioning Wheatland's aged 55-year-old treatment plant, which is right now environmentally challenged, There is no redundancy with our plant and no emergency storage. This project will eliminate secondary effluent discharge within the banks of the Bear River and will protect groundwater and surface waters in Yuba County, Placer County, and Sutter County from the current discharge of secondary effluent, including nitrates, which you discussed in great detail this morning. I think this project also addresses, I believe, a board goal of system regionalization. As we indicated in July, we've so far spent a little bit over $15 million in planning, in environmental and design work for this project. We've been working very closely with your staff, who have been extremely cooperative and responsive to us. We are, I believe, almost finished with the environmental review process. We're currently submitting documents for the financial review. And just to be perfectly honest, we desperately need this grant and the maximum amount possible to make this project a reality. Our total project cost is about $129 million. We've worked very hard over the last year or so to obtain a commitment from other local agencies of about $79 million, which is a 60% match to the requested $50 million grant from the State Water Resources Control Board. The intended use plan, the draft plan includes $30 million. Right now, $15 million for Wheatland and $15 million for Olivehurst Public Utility District. Our request is that the board, if possible, consider increasing that to $25 million for each agency for a total grant of $50 million, which will enable this project to go to construction early next year. I hope you'll consider the importance of this project to the disadvantaged communities in Yuba County and the effective use of grant funding that this represents. And I would make a personal commitment that if our grant funding is approved, I will appear before this board next year at this time and show you how your funding has been put to good use and that there is a tangible result underway for the use of these funds. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. I really appreciate you being here and for sticking through our discussion on nitrates as well. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Jane Griego.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay, good. I'm Mary Jane Griego, board member for Olivehurst Public Utility District. I know it's been a long day for you, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. This project is essential to the survival and prosperity of these two disadvantaged communities. And so the benefits, and I'm going to speak from the Olivehurst Public Utility District position, is that we modernize our plant, which causes more efficiencies, and we also offer up to a 15% rate reduction to our ratepayers, and that's a big deal. Seldom do utility districts get to say, we're lowering your bill. The project stands to be, and I think Bill touched on this, is that this project is shovel ready. It's ready to go. Your money would be spent probably within the first or second quarter, even if I have to get out there and use a shovel myself. So at the end of the day, we form partnerships with the County of Yuba, the Yuba Water Agency, the City of Wheatland, and the Special District of Olivehurst Public Utility District, and the State of California. We want to be a role model for other DAC communities to show that this is how you get projects done, whether it's the agency to agency or public to private. We can't do it single and by ourselves. We have to go out and reach out for others in order to make it happen. So Bill touched on this as well, but I'm going to emphasize it, is that if you have any extra money, and you'd like to throw it at this project, we wouldn't hate you for it, okay? Just so you know. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your service for the state of California. We appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you as well for the leadership. And do know we do try to shake out from the couch cushions every single penny we possibly can for communities here. So, but again, thank you for the leadership and advocacy. Next, I'd like to call up Ben Fine, be followed by Alexandra Ganel, then Elena Murroff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Board. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Good afternoon.
Great, thank you. I've been having technical difficulties all morning. My name is Ben Fine. I'm Director of Public Works and City Engineer for the City of Pismo Beach, and I'd like to thank the State Water Resources Control Board for its continued support of water resource projects through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Water Recycling Funding Program. Pismo Beach is a small city on the central coast of California with a vibrant and thriving community. We rely on imported surface water from the State Water Project, local surface water from Lake Lopez, and groundwater from the local groundwater basin to meet the needs of our residents, businesses, and visitors. Our surface water resources have become increasingly unreliable due to climate change, resulting in an increased reliance on our groundwater basin during times of drought, which itself is threatened by seawater intrusion. State water has been historically unreliable, with current deliveries being only 40% of Table A contracted amounts. And just a couple of years ago, Lake Lopez was within just a couple of months of hitting dead pool for the first time in the lake's history. For almost 10 years, we've been working to develop an indirect potable reuse and seawater intrusion prevention project called Central Coast Blue that will benefit approximately 40,000 people who rely on the local groundwater basin. Projects like Central Coast Blue are critical as we adapt to a hotter and drier future, and as we work collectively towards advancing the state's goal of recycling at least 800,000 acre-feet per year statewide by 2030. As the board is well aware, recycled water projects are expensive, especially for small community like ours with a relatively small rate base. We simply can't build these projects without financial support from the state, which is why the SRF program and the Water Recycling Funding Program are so critical. Central Coast Blue was awarded $15 million in the WRFP funding last year when the IUP was finalized. And like many other agencies, in January, we were notified that our grant would be reduced by $10 million, and the current IUP reflects $3 million in WRFP funding. This is a reduction of nearly 10% of the total project cost, and has created a significant gap in our funding plan that we are struggling to close, and it is also jeopardizing an additional $17 million in federal grants we've been awarded that we may have to give back. Funding partnerships between the state, federal government, and local ratepayers is critical for our project's success. I would like to request the board restore the full $15 million WRFP grant that we were awarded, either in this funding cycle or in a later year, and look for additional opportunities to partner with the state of California to fund our critical water resilience project. As you stated earlier, there may be some money within the couch cushions, and I do hope you're able to shake that money out. Thank you.
Well, we haven't found the money in the couch cushions yet, but we'll definitely be shaking them out, and appreciate that, Mr. Fine, the advocacy, and understand definitely the need. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alexandra Ganel, be followed by Ilana Murroff, and then Eric Oriana, and our last commenter, Jared Boskel. Good to see you.
Hi, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Alexandra Ganel with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. On behalf of the SFPC, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this important item. As we stated during the workshop last month, we are in support of Loan Scenario D. It strengthens the reliability of the program by continuing to provide funding on an annual basis rather than taking a year off. And it also supports predictability for applicants by setting a fairly consistent cutoff score and per project funding caps. We, like some others who've spoken today, have concerns about the reallocation of water recycling funding program grants to new projects in the fiscal year 24-25 IUP. The projects that are rolling over from 23-24 had originally planned to receive a maximum grant funding amount, but were forced to accept reduced grant funding in anticipation of the governor's proposed budget cuts in March. Grant funds are available now, and we believe that restoring grant funding to those rollover projects from 23-24 should be prioritized over the new projects, with the exception of any disadvantaged community. We fully support funding any disadvantaged community water recycling project as much as needed and as your staff recommend. Water recycling projects in last year's IUP were subjected to rigorous legal and technical reviews in order to remain on that fundable list. And now these rollover projects are ready to execute funding agreements. It's our understanding that until those grant funds are obligated under an executed funding agreement, that they are at risk of being taken away again. The new proposed language in the draft IUP imposes a March 31st deadline to remain eligible for grant funds, and that offers some incentive to expedite obligation of these grants. However, the IUP is not clear on what would happen to any funds that are not obligated by the March 31st deadline, which means there is still a risk that unobligated funds could be taken away as a result of future budget reductions. Committing grant funds to rollover projects now ensures that the money will be promptly utilized for critical shovel-ready projects today. New projects in the fiscal year 24-25 IUP are likely to take 18 to 24 months to reach execution. In the meantime, they could become eligible for new water recycling funding that arises this fiscal year or in future years, including grant funds via the Prop 4 climate bond if passed. Most of the rollover projects have been diligently working with the state for years to complete legal negotiations and obtain state approval of their application. They did so anticipating the maximum grant amount would be awarded to their project. Restoring grant funding to rollover projects up to the previously allocated maximum supports the reliability and predictability of the state's funding programs. Again, thanks for consideration of our feedback, and thanks to staff for all of their support in helping us get through the funding process and their efforts to keep stakeholders engaged throughout the IUP development process. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Ms. Cannell. Next, I'd like to call up Alana Muroff, be followed by Eric Oriana, and then Jared Voskel.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Ilana Muroff, and I am a staff attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We wanted to thank staff for being so successful throughout this process, and we wanted to note that we especially appreciate the increase in the funding cap for septic to sewer projects. And as we provide technical assistance on a number of such projects throughout the state, we're looking forward to moving forward projects in Sunbird and nearby mobile home parks, 4 Acres, Lanier, Bearmead, Matheny Tract, and South Merced. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you as well. I appreciate the continued discussion and contributions from your organization and others here. And just thank you for being part of today's discussion, Ms. Muroff. Next, I'd like to call up Eric Oriana and then Jared Voskel.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Eric Oriana here on behalf of Community Water Center. Is it okay if I ask a question quickly? Is that okay?
Sure.
Perfect. I just wanted to clarify, are any of the funds that recycle projects are receiving in this, or eligible to receive in this intended use plan, are they competing with any of the small community wastewater funds that wastewater, like septic to sewer or other wastewater projects could receive?
No, not this year. So because of the limited funding, we specified that small DACs addressing compliance issues, right, kind of the consolidation or septic to sewer. So recycle water, is not seen as a compliance project per se. So that's why these, at least the 2 that are being mentioned, would be funded solely from water cycling funding sources.
Thanks, Michael. I thought so. I just wanted to clarify on that. And the reason I clarified is just I wanted to commend the board for the prioritization. It's demonstrated in this year's intended use plan. We see a tremendous need to address small community wastewater projects and the prioritization of funding that we're seeing this far demonstrates the board's commitment to that. There was a big discussion that I was really eager to hear today about nitrate challenges and as we know, some septic sewer systems that communities have can worsen the problem, and so ensuring that that problem is addressed is a key priority, and they're connected because they'll be drawing from these types of funding sources. So just excited to see that prioritization. I really was excited to see the change in the consolidation incentive and repayment financing being available to communities. I know we had asked for some grant funding to be available, but we recognize the funding constraints. And then the increase in the project cap, I think, is going to be very, very helpful to some communities, projects that will really make a big difference in the quality of life for residents. So that's a very, very successful and good change there. I did want to flag the need to really address the funding challenges, the great funding need there is. And we certainly as an organization advocate at the legislature and are excited to continue to advocate for more funds for these projects, but we really definitely need the leadership from the board to help communicate these challenges to the legislature and help secure more funding. So thanks for the time and thanks for the opportunity to share comments.
Thank you as well for those comments and the continued advocacy, and appreciate, as you well know, the cross connection to this morning's discussion and today's, and then this session here when it comes to the funding to be able to try to meet these many challenges. So thank you, Mr. Ariana. Appreciate it. And our last commenter here will be Jared Voskuhl. Good to see you, Mr. Voskuhl.
Hi, Chair. Good to see you. And board members, Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 135 agencies that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. And every year, our members rely upon the Clean Water SRF for funding infrastructure projects that are critical for protecting public health and the environment. We're very appreciative for the work that the board is doing this year on the IUP. I feel like there's been great progress in terms of communication and updates as developments have happened in real time. And that's allowed us as a community to work with water use to develop consensus positions. And so we're here to provide that support for both scenario Ds. After we took that position internally, I received calls from members that said, we understand this is the position you're taking, but do you understand this, how much it really impacts us? And in this case, it was Carpinteria. They have a population of 16,000, and the $7 million they wouldn't be getting represents maybe 10 to 15% of the overall project cost. And so they had a feeling that they had applied in 2020 for this funding, and they went out for consultation to the marine fisheries, which took 2 years based on the advice of DFA. So when they came back into the cycle, it's kind of like wrong place, wrong time. They came up for this year in the funding, and all of a sudden they kind of ended up on the bottom side of that wheel. And so what they communicated to me was, this is project viability is completely jeopardized if they don't get the funding. And as a statewide organization, I heard that and I said, all I can do is point you to staff, and they kind of know your books and they've seen your accounting. And so you're going to have to take it up with them. But in a case like this, where they communicate the direness of it and they say this is a project that would deliver 1,100 acre feet of water, that's about 2,000 families, right, per year that provides. So in a community of 16,000, I don't think any of the other projects that were impacted above the line have those same kind of small community demographics, although I know it's Carpinteria, so there's kind of this perception of affluence, perhaps. All things that are above my pay grade, but I submit it for the board's consideration because there is the governor's water resiliency portfolio with DWR and the water supply strategy here at the Water Board, and meeting these projections of acre feet that we have to achieve. If all of a sudden this project drops off locally, my understanding is it couldn't be revived for another 15, 20 years, right? This isn't going to be something that just comes back in the queue and they can get it. But I don't know the realities of that situation. But what I heard anecdotally was that funding was very critical for that project. But again, as a statewide organization, as we tried to figure out how to do it, there was no easy way to do it. And it seemed most equitable to divide it evenly, which is why we ultimately landed on that position. So with that, I just would comment on beyond kind of the immediate scope of this year's IUP, as we're looking forward and thinking about the projects that need to be realized. There's ongoing conversations with the State Water Board's stakeholder advisory group that I think ultimately are fruitful and productive for the best ways to maximize this funding going forward and continue the work. That's excellent work by DFA staff if they've helped transition it. And I think there's even been process improvements with the EFC and legal consultation where we're really going to, I think, streamline this funding to get out in expedient timeline. So with that, great recognition and appreciation of staff's work this year. And to you all, thank you for your leadership on this item. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments and continued work, Mr. Voskel. Appreciate it. Again, wish we were in better circumstances when it comes to the amount of money we have to work with, but doing our best here to strike the right balance. And so appreciate those comments now. Okay, that brings us to the end of our public commenters. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any further comment, question, any follow-up. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. This was a good amount of input, and I know a difficult process that we have to go through every single year. It's always challenging because the needs always far outweigh the amount of funding that's available. And it's been extra tricky this past year with the budget deficit challenges we've all talked about. And I think it's good to hear the recognition from the stakeholder communities about that difficult balancing and the trade-offs that we all have to make. And figuring out where the priorities are and how to distribute what is admittedly not enough funding to meet the needs that are out there. So this is tough. And I think by and large, we've landed in a very good place with the scenarios for this year. The one area in particular, I think we've heard a number of commenters talk about today is the water recycling grant funding and the what if scenarios. And it's, I think, because we all have a good memory of the what if scenarios that happened over this past year, which is what if the rug is pulled out from underneath the project and the funding is reduced out of necessity because of other decisions that have happened beyond any of our controls here in this room. And so for me, I think what I'd be interested in is perhaps, and I don't know where the other board members are on this, but I'm certainly open to thinking about whether there's a way to provide some additional discretion to ensure that all of the water recycling funding is committed this year. And that we actually, so if a project, let's say under the what if scenario that a project falls off the list, how do we make sure that those funds are put to good use as quickly as possible so the rug's not pulled out again? I wanted to put that out there as an area of interest and maybe for discussion to see if others feel the same way, or if not, I would understand that too. It's difficult, and I appreciate staff's input on that, which is, it's very unconventional. It is unprecedented for us to go in this direction. I hear you. It was also, I think, unexpected for all of these projects that we heard from, that their grant funding that they were going into with the best of intentions, many of which took many years to get to that point, had those funds reduced kind of in the middle of the year. So we're dealing with unprecedented conditions, and that's why, in this case, I'm open and receptive to other ideas to help manage that if the opportunity arises. But notwithstanding that, I think that the balance that's been achieved here with the proposal that we have makes sense. It's only, well, what if something changes over the next several months?
Yeah, appreciate that, board member. I think that the goal of getting out all the money that we can, or at least that we have here on our plate for water recycling this coming fiscal year would be good. And having the ability and the flexibility if projects were to fall off to be able to not try to, again, revisit and all into the future for many years here to somehow keep coming back to projects and give more money when we're not fully funding. That's not the goal here, but within this IUP in this coming year, the ability to have flexibility delegated to the deputy director to be able to be kind of bird dogging, and if a project falls off, be able to still encumber those dollars and get them to a project this year with some priority to those that didn't receive the full funding that, or the funding at least that they were expecting in the last year would be, I think, fair. But I don't know how difficult or what the feeling is to be able to do so. But here, the desire is to not have the fundings that we're looking to obligate this coming IUP somehow roll over into next year if a project is, drops off. I don't know how you all feel, and looking to other board members if in case there is a difference of opinion on how we might approach.
I am interested from staff in what that means practically, because it sounds like you have a deadline, so you'll have some sense of that. You won't have very much time between then and the end of the year, and hopefully you will have already finalized the contracts for well before then. So do you restart? Do you have to go back and amend the contracts you just did that year? I guess, and I'm interested in hearing from staff, and just want to acknowledge, I think somebody mentioned, maybe it was Carpinteria, mentioned that it felt like a mistake that we went back and pulled money away when it turned out there was ultimately money that was made available. But I just want to underscore that that was not a mistake by staff. That was an adjustment that we were required to do based on the budget constraints, and that took a huge amount of time from staff to do, and ultimately impacted our ability to execute other projects. So this is not a situation, it hurts everyone if we have to go back and continue to amend agreements, and it really reduces our performance. So, but all of that said, I'm definitely interested in figuring out, I think I'm interested in that proposal, would love to hear from staff. My thought would be, I'm comfortable with giving some discretion to staff. I don't think it makes sense to do exactly the proposal that came out where it was just like whatever's left over, we'll just allocate across. But I think providing maybe some discretion for the executive director to look at, this may be one of these things where everyone can make this case, but, from the characterization that we heard, for example, with Carpinteria, if a project is at this really critical juncture and is not going to be able to move forward or be viable without additional funding, and there's additional funding that is otherwise not going to be able to be encumbered because of something dropping out, that the executive director would have some discretion to be able to augment those, and but not have it be have that be a special case in which we provide discretion to the executive director, so you don't have to bring something back to the board. But interested to hear what the realities of administering that type of thing would be.
So Joe, I'm sorry, Deputy Director Karkowski, before you go, the attorneys have had a chance to put together some language that we think reflects what Member McGuire is getting at, and I think also addresses the idea that Board Member Firestone is putting forward, that the proposal wouldn't necessarily tie the Deputy Director's hands to, one, needing to actually amend the contracts or add any additional money. It could basically be a judgment call. So it relies in the discretion of the deputy director, but then gives that flexibility. And we've put forward a time certain of April 1st, because by then we'll have a sense of where we are within the year and the planning for the next IUP. So I'm going to read some language into the record, and then I'm going to ask if both Mr. Downey and Deputy Director Kurkowski can answer the back half of your question in terms of the extra workload that may entail for the division, because we're all very mindful of that. So this would be a new footnote 31 that appears in Table 7, and that's within Section 6 concerning the water recycling funding. And the footnote would read, should additional funding become available prior to April 1, 2025, the Deputy Director shall have discretion to apply such funding to eligible projects currently in disbursement notwithstanding the caps in this table 7. So that would allow the amounts to go up and take advantage of any of that extra funding that may become available. And if council wants to confer with their clients more closely.
And that's just for water recycling funding, or is that for all?
That's currently structured just for water recycling.
I guess one detail, I caught part of it and was chatting with Ann. So I think in disbursement might be a little bit vague, but if we use the terms of projects with a funding decision in progress, because there's a category of that on the fundable list with distinct projects that we can point to, that it's, you have to be one of these projects. I think that might provide a little bit more clarity. But I mean, same idea.
And does when you say becomes available, is that incorporate? Is that the right term for money that is already available but isn't able to be encumbered? I don't know.
So can I just go back to maybe some of the practical questions you're asking? So the biggest concern I have is there's this tension between a lot of what we're hearing to streamline and go faster, and then to pause and rejigger things in the middle of us trying to go faster, right? So the budget language right now has an encumbrance period through June 2027. So that's when the money's officially available. I hear what everybody's saying about, what happened this year, but what happened this year actually occurred in January is when we started pivoting, right? When the governor's budget came out with those proposed cuts. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. I mean, if it does happen, then, that'll probably be with the January budget, possibly. The other time would be with the May revise, right? So it does put, again, we'll do it ever the board would like us to do, but it does put us in this big, it's administratively challenging. It's not just, our technical staff, it's, the attorneys, it's our administrative folks, it's accounting folks. Everybody has to sort of stop, scramble within a very short period of time, because we're talking about basically April to May, when we then have to kind of figure all this out by some formula that honestly, I'm not totally sure what that would be. Because already we have the proposal probably isn't one that staff would have brought to you all, but CAS and water reuse came with this consensus proposal, but it's already inequitable in a lot of ways, right? It's like giving more grant money to folks who just happen to be a little faster in time coming to us, and less grant, the $3 million, to those who are just a little bit behind. So if there were money left over without some sort of clear guidance, I'm not exactly sure how we would redistribute that. Just preferentially give it to folks who were first in line, or would we look at things like what is their rate relative to MHI, or what's the amount of recycled water being produced, or some other consideration that we haven't had time to vet and discuss. So to me, this would be very kind of challenging to implement. My own recommendation and preference would be that, one is have a deadline that's fairly firm like we have. I mean, I didn't listen to all of the exact language, but giving some amount of discretion if some folks are fairly close to meeting that deadline, so we don't make it too hard and fast. But then if there's money still on the table, then look at how that fits into the next year's IUP, and hopefully we'll have a climate bond that's passed, and we can integrate whatever's left over into any additional funds that might be available at that time. Was that clear? I don't know if you have any other questions.
I mean, I sympathize. This isn't an ideal situation, certainly, and we would be giving you to your point, there's a lot of ways that you can kind of dice the pie, slice the pie, if you will, at that moment, and be giving you quite a bit of discretion amongst it. And it's all here dependent upon projects falling off. While there is the deadline and that's the driving force, and you kind of know at that point who's made the cutoff, it may be, and here I don't know the specifics of each of the projects for sure, but that folks may fall off or may become obvious sooner than that. So there could be a little more time there, but it doesn't solve the issue of what is a good bit of ambiguity as to what direction we'd be giving you to then fund amongst it, other than, you know, the considerations you rattled off when it comes to how much it's providing, how large of a community, the burden, and to some of the discussion at the dais, the then otherwise inability of that project to move forward, basically. Would all certainly be part of it. I'm here and looking to my colleagues as well, comfortable giving that discretion, knowing that, again, this isn't ideal. And I am somewhat concerned setting a precedent for some of this, where now that we've said this and we've said we'll do this, you know, who knows what future years may bring or what further complications we'll continue to have with the budget that then kind of throws us in this do loop around some of these projects. So I am cautious about that as well, and the amount of work, and to your point, the tension ultimately with trying to do better and faster, which we're always being pushed to, and then now doing a ton of work to kind of massage and provide flexibility for a few projects. But here leaning more toward providing that flexibility, but looking to hear from other board members as well. Vice Chair, please.
I favor the flexibility, and I recognize the pros and cons, but I think the flexibility is what I'm more comfortable with.
I appreciate how challenging it may be in that time to work through this. I'm hoping that, well, not really hoping, but hopefully the plan that we're considering today goes forward, and that all the projects that you've already recommended move forward and don't drop off the list. And so this is option of last resort. But I think in this case, given the circumstances that have unfolded over the past year, I'm most comfortable with having the additional flexibility.
And I think, just to be clear though, in terms of additional flexibility, what we're saying is, and I think maybe they're still tweaking the language, but is if something drops off and there's funding, that you have discretion as to whether there's to augment some of the projects or one or more of the projects. So that's a lot of discretion to you. I do think that so you don't need to like hold back or redo all of the ones that you already did, because there's some, and I'll just say maybe we can give a little bit of guidance, but Joe asked, what would the criteria be? And we don't want to set a whole criteria because we're not expecting this to happen. But on the other hand, I think it's helpful to say a little bit of what we are looking for, which I think is, so my priority that I would want Joe to use in the discretion would be around helping projects that otherwise either wouldn't be able to get over the finish line, or secondarily addressing affordability challenges. Those would be my sort of top two. And otherwise, I think there's so many priorities here and not enough funding. And I actually agree with you that, every year is an unlucky year, unfortunately, going forward, right? So this year was unlucky, but then the people that came in after are even more unlucky, because we were going to take the whole year off and now maybe they'll get 3, So it's like, it's not really equitable, and it's frustrating for everybody. But I do support getting the money out, and my preference would be direction to prioritize, to the extent that you feel like, to the extent that this is advisable. If there is funding, being able to have the ability to augment projects to help address or enable a project to move forward and address affordability is the top two things. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. And probably doesn't need to be put into language.
No, that
hopefully
could just be
direction.
memorialized in the motion or, by reference back to what Board Member Firestone is, if that's the sense of the board.
Seems agreeable to me and look to.
Yeah, works for me too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have more perfected language that folks would like to read in at this point then? And if we need a few moments, I'm glad to provide that too.
We think we have one thing that we can take a break, but
okay,
we're good. Okay.
And I'm sure we can always have more discussion at the dais while you do that. Not that that's ever helpful necessarily, but.
Well, and just to make sure to clarify the board's position, I mean, I think what I'm hearing is interested in those projects that have had the had what they felt was a promise of $15 million, right, and weren't able to achieve that, and have moved. We've moved forward with making that funding decision, and not anyone that happened to be on the list 2 years ago or 1 year ago. And some of the commenters today, they may be in that position where we're really viewing them as a new project. They weren't close to executing an agreement, and so they're looking at trying to capture $3 million, not $15 million. And so this is really looking at, I mean, when it comes down to it, 4 projects that you heard from that had, have that $7 million funding gap, as they put it.
Yes, for me, and seeing general nods, but board member Firestone.
That's certainly what I was thinking. I'm just, since you're working on language, I'm just, I'm interested if it would make sense. Again, the idea here is for this not to happen, and that ultimately your actual use of this is at your discretion. We're not saying you have to, but I do wonder if some of the new projects that are only getting 3 million, if they also have either a challenge on not otherwise being able to move forward with that amount of cap, or a affordability problem if we would want to allow discretion for those as well, because they're only able to get 3 million as opposed to 8 from the year before. So I mean, this is why we don't want to do this, but I just want to throw that out there. I don't know what the projects are and to what extent that, none of these are disadvantaged communities, right? These are all lone water recycling projects, which are all good projects. Like, we want all of these projects to happen. So I don't know, I'm interested in board members' thoughts on this. It's a challenging situation.
Please, Mr. Downey, help.
I don't want to make it more complicated. However, the projects we are moving forward with, we did additional financial review. We replaced grant with additional loan. We were able to find ways to kind of give them that requested amount, and we were able to show that they could make those loan payments, afford it, meet our coverage requirements on all those things. So I do think that will be. I don't want to take away from anybody by as we look forward to who's going to demonstrate. We can't do this project without this additional grant. Does start to be challenging, I think. So I mean, that's something that we can continue looking at, but that is part of our review process always. We don't want to fund half projects. We want to make sure that what we're funding gets completed and those deliveries happen, the recycled water deliveries.
Yeah, hearing that, I think I'm more comfortable keeping it narrow to these projects that had, their agreed, or what they thought was completely agreed upon amounts changed at that moment. And given the due diligence that's been done for the new projects, And I hear the fairness issue, board member, has kind of been complete, and folks have, it's not as if we've here, similar to the year prior, then told them there's a certain amount and that we had to adjust late in the IUP year, basically. So I think that's the criteria here for me. That's like, okay, what can we do to adjust somewhat there instead of opening it up to all the new projects from this year?
I agree. I think it's a very good question to ask, but I look at this in this moment as the very last conversation we're having about the four projects from the prior year.
And with that in mind, I think we have some refined language that addresses one of the issues that Mr. Downey raised. And so I'll read this back into the record so it could become the basis of any motion. And again, this would be a new footnote 31 below table 7 in section 6 of the IUP that's attached to the resolution. And the footnote would read, should additional funding become available prior to April 1, 2025, the Deputy Director shall have discretion to apply such funding to the, and here's where we pick up the changes, recycled water rollover projects in disbursement or with a funding decision currently in progress, notwithstanding the caps in this table 7. Period.
Thank you. Really appreciate everyone's good, quick work trying to here accommodate the board's desires. Looking to fellow colleagues.
Mr. Lawfer, you feel like should additional money become available includes the money that's already available, but just not encumbered? Okay.
As opposed to new money.
Since my mic wasn't on, that was a yes. A yes and a head nod.
Thank you. Record is clear. Well, with that, any further discussion from the dais or questions or comments from folks here in the program around the implementability of what we've just found ourselves crafting? Okay. Then we may be ready for a motion.
I feel somewhat compelled to make the motion in this case. And just I want to thank you and everyone for their participation and for all the good work, like I already said, that's put into this process every year. I know once this is adopted, you're almost immediately starting with the next IUP cycle and starting to think about the next year too. So this is a continuous process. And then I also just wanted to flag the thanks for the changes on the stormwater funding side. I think that is very much appreciated, recognizing the needs that they have as well. And not to belabor that, but just a commitment to continuing to work with that community to improve the process so they're clear on how best to apply, what their project should look like, what eligibility is, and how to get them more in tune with the SRF program will be much appreciated. And with that said, I will make a motion to adopt the resolution with the, I believe, with the changes to the intended use plan footnote number 31 that Chief Counsel Lawfer read into the record.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Board Member. And again, thanks to everyone here. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the intended use plan for this coming fiscal year is adopted. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the flexibility of the work, the discussion, and look forward to what, as Board Member McGuire said, now work on next year's intended use plan now. Just thank you. Okay, that wraps up item number 7 and brings us to our last 2 items here before this longer than expected day, I think. And first, we have board member reports, item number 8. I'll quickly cover my report here, which begins the day after our last board meeting with our retreat we had a special meeting of the board on July 17th. I just want to thank 17th and 18th. I want to thank folks for coming out in our program and members of the public. But on the 17th, we had a great tour of the Tahoe Science Center from UC Davis, and also then I know a tour on their boat a bit, seeing some of their work. Really appreciate, and just huge thanks to UC Davis for their hosting of us, and great to hear about, I know, the important water quality work that goes on there and in Lake Tahoe. And then the second day, then on the 18th, we had a convening around our priorities, just kind of a mid-year check-in, and just appreciate everyone in their participation and contributions to that discussion. There's so much going on before the board, and we have a lot to be proud of here as we checked in mid-year on our priorities. Then on July 22nd, on Monday, joined Board Member Firestone and Secretary Garcia and Senator Hurtado and Assemblymember Mathis in Porterville to celebrate the 5-year mark, halfway mark through this first 10-year commitment in the SAFER program. We had a great bus tour after some words were shared at the top, celebrating the moment, looking at the great consolidation projects and work in the region. And just so huge thanks to board member for helping to organize that and speak at it. It was a great convening. It was a nice moment to really acknowledge all the great work that we were doing. And so then that next morning, here the 23rd, I flew to Fargo, North Dakota, where it was this year's meeting of the Western States Water Council, and it was great to connect with other Western States colleagues, talk about water quality issues we're all facing. Did a tour a bit of the Fargo region, where we looked at some of their significant flood control projects that they were putting into place, and a tour of their wastewater treatment plant, which is always, great to go and see the kind of different unique challenges and flavors of the work that they do. Interesting there, they have additional biological treatment that goes on just in the summer, where in the winter, given the fact that no one's recreating in the river where things are discharged, the Red River, I believe, which actually flows to Canada, which gives an interesting picture on transboundary challenges, but isn't necessarily treated. So anyway, it was great to be able to connect with colleagues, see some of the local challenges there, and kind of contemplate and coordinate. Did also see the wood chipper from that was an important from the movie Fargo, as you just have to when you go to Fargo, North Dakota. With that, I think that was those were the significant items on my report here. Looking to others for reports. No report from the vice chair.
No report.
I also appreciate everyone's work and partnership on the SAFER event, and everyone, both the chairs and Secretary Garcia's and other folks' words. And I watched the wastewater needs assessment advisory group meeting that board member Morgan gave some opening words at, and appreciate that group. And I think I'm excited about that project, and it's my only update.
Very, very exciting work, and glad we were able to cast the net and grab some folks working on these issues nationally. I know Catherine Flowers is there part of it and doing great work in the South, and good to be able to have her expertise on that. Okay, that brings us to item number 9, which I give the great honor to our Chief Deputy Karen Mogus to be able to give us a flavor if there's anything in the Executive Director's report. She was going to read it out whole, but ran out of time.
Yeah, not enough time. So I'll just highlight one item. It's one that I think deserves maybe an information item at some point. I wanted to highlight the harmful algal bloom holiday monitoring that our Office of Information Management and Analysis organizes every summer. organizes it with other partners outside of the water boards across the state. This year, they were able to sample 79 sites before Memorial Day and 60 sites before the 4th of July, and they're prepping up for additional monitoring ahead of the Labor Day weekend coming next month. Just wanted to highlight, this is also one among just a couple of monitoring programs where we have immediate response for the public to understand where it is and isn't safe to swim and recreate in the waters. And so there were news advisories that came out for a number of locations as a result of the first two events that occurred this summer, giving the public real-time information about what's going on. The other example, of course, is our beach monitoring program along the California coast that's done by the counties. So just wanted to highlight that. It's a really great program, one that we cobble together. It's another of these stone soup type programs where everybody comes together to take samples and get analyses done. And so that's what I wanted to highlight. And it's my prerogative to pick today because I'm in charge.
And I really appreciate, may the minutes reflect, and just really appreciate you elevating that. And actually plus up the thought of here doing an informational item. I know harmful algal blooms are continuing to rise in the consciousness of Californians. There's a lot of concern out there and a lot more awareness. And I think it'd be a great moment to be able to recap the stone soup work that I know is going on as we cobble together not a lot of extra resource that we ever have, but on one of the more important issues out there, I know, on the minds of folks, given just the real terrible consequences that can happen when recreating in cyanobacterias. And so, yeah, thank you.
I agree. An information item would be great, and adding beach monitoring to it as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think they both in tandem kind of can inform each other insofar as even the strategies that we've used around beach monitoring to accomplish that. And I know very similar ones that we're now using then, obviously, in cobbling together the support for harmful algal bloom monitoring and, importantly, public noticing and response. I think that's the bridge that's so critical, is just even getting people aware then of the information that we have when there is a bloom. So thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for elevating it. And thank you for the continued leadership, serving as current executive director. Standing executive director. Yeah. Okay, that wraps then item number 9, our executive director's report. We will not have a closed session on the Title VI complaint, but we will have closed session on pending applications on the water rights side. Anything I need to?
Yeah, I would just clarify, since one's not an application but a change petition, that we will meet in closed session on both the administrative hearings office items, the first 2 items disclosed in the closed session agenda, but not, as you indicated, on the Title VI item. And hopefully staff can convene pretty quickly in conference room 230. Would the board prefer a short break so we convene at 4 o'clock, or would you like to go straight in?
Let's go and do 4 o'clock.
Okay.
That works for folks. And then thank you for important clarification there. All right, we will be in recess until the end, or we will be in closed session and someone will come and close us out of our meeting here. Thank you, everyone. Much appreciated for the great day's discussion. Our next board meeting will be August 20th. And so until then, appreciate everyone. Be safe, be well, and we'll see you soon.